of the G7 summit.
Now, the German Chancellor was in India. He led a big delegation of 23 top businessmen, India and Germany. They're widening their partnership, technological cooperation, artificial intelligence, clean energy. There are so many different areas where India and Germany are becoming partner countries. But how is this relationship now being taken forward? The two heads of state and government, they are reviewing the progress of a certain number of agreements. They've agreed to movement of talent between two countries. There's lots that's happening, Geeta, on the India-Germany front.
Absolutely. After a bit of tensions that India had faced with Europe since the Russia-Ukraine war, we're seeing a reset when it comes to engagements with Europe, particularly one of the most important countries in that region, that's Germany. Friedrich Merz's visit to India was important, and now we're looking at a bilateral meeting of Prime Minister Modi with various leaders on the sidelines of the G7 summit. He'll be meeting most of the leaders who are there, including Canadian Prime Minister Carney, as also the UAE President, who he's met for a bilateral meeting, and now a bilateral meeting with the German Chancellor. Like Gaurav said, focus is going to be on economy, trade, supply chain resilience, creating alternatives, as also skilled labor mobility when it comes to India and Germany. So these are very important aspects that are being covered at a time, Gaurav, when Europe also is facing a lot of tension with America.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, who could have thought that America and Europe would be at loggerheads on the issue of Greenland, for example, or now on the issue of Ukraine? President Trump, the amount of pressure he's mounted on Germany, the amount of pressure he's mounted on his North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO partners, asking them to invest a lot more while they do, but then the manner in which he speaks to them, and that's led to a lot of bad blood. There's talk of de-risking relationship with China, but then there's also talk of de-risking relationship with the United States of America. Sandeep Punithan joins us on the show. Sandeep, the entire conversation, the focus was to be, will Europe de-risk a relationship with China? Not decouple, de-risk, but right now they're also thinking about de-risking America.
You have to see the number of trips that Prime Minister Modi has made to European countries in 2026. This is his sixth trip to a European country, France, and there is possibly going to be one Slovakia as well. That would make it a grand total of 6. That's roughly one European country every month of this year, and this is a huge signal. This shows that India is pivoting to Europe in a way that we have not seen in previous decades, Gaurav. There is, of course, that arms relationship. There are two very big arms deals. One with Germany for submarines, over $10 billion. There's one for fighter planes with France for $20-30 billion. These are two very big deals. This is actually India indicating that France and Germany are going to be its partners for defense. Many other things are going to follow, Gaurav. Technology, next generation power generation systems, all kinds of things are on the table between India and Europe. This is Prime Minister Modi's big moment, and he's using it to make a big point here.
Right. But if I could get Rohit in as well. Rohit, we're looking at a lot of engagement between India and Europe, a lot of engagement where European leaders want to engage India and also China. Is Trump the main factor over here? Is Trump the reason why we're looking at allies, partner countries who'd had problems in the past, now looking to engage, put the past behind and look at how they can align themselves in a time where international rules have been changed, rules-based orders not being followed, so on and so forth?
Well, I think this is the President Trump's America First policy, right? Where he has it, and you were at the White House, Geeta, when President Trump actually said that he wants everybody to get along with everybody. He said India should get along with China, China should get along with the United States, US should get along with Russia. I mean, look, I think this is a very different foreign policy that we've seen and observed. And I think that what that has done is allowed all of the nations to realign and reconsider the positions when dealing with certain countries that they were probably not warming up to in the past. And I think that is what we're seeing. Also, the fact that America has published various documents on its foreign policy, trying to change too many things. So I think some people are realizing that maybe this is a change they have to live with for at least a couple of years. And I think that's why we see all these meetings, all these realignments of sorts that we see now. Now, will this be long term? We'll have to wait and watch on that. But I think President Trump kind of laid it out. One of the first meetings that he had with Prime Minister Modi, that he wanted to rejig how America functions in the world, and that's what we're looking at right now.
So that big story is India first, says Prime Minister Narendra Modi. America first, says President Trump. How will there be middle ground where the Prime Minister says in that meeting at the G7 roundtable, trust deficit? That's something that's marring international relations right now. Pranay Upadhyay joins us from ground zero in France. Pranay, do we have more clarity now? When does that important meeting take place between the Indian Prime Minister and the American President?
We are also waiting for the confirmation, Gaurav, but indications are that the schedule of that meeting is still remaining unchanged, because the entire schedule of the G7 summit is getting delayed. But on the sidelines, the leaders are meeting and engaging with each other. So in all likelihood, that meeting will take place at around 5:30 p.m. India time, or between 5:30 and 6 p.m. India time. So that is the indicated timeline given to us. But we are also waiting for the confirmation. But as far as the content is concerned, you must have seen the body language of President Donald Trump. He's quite aggressive in his body language. Even today, he entered the room and he said that I am the boss here. So look, if that is the body language, then we have to remain and we have to approach this entire meeting with a cautious optimism. Though optimism is good in the relationship, if we want to have a reset, and in fact, if both the sides are committed to take forward the relationship, leaders are meeting. This is a good chance for both India and US to set aside whatever has happened in past 16 months and take a fresh start with the leadership meeting. But obviously, we have to testify and we have to verify every action, every intent in terms of what happens on the ground. And as Prime Minister Modi said yesterday, quoting former President Ronald Reagan, he said that trust but verify. And that remains the new mantra of foreign policy.
Well, that's right. Again, these are very important aspects that will be covered. But Pranay, the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of sticking points when it comes to the conversations that the two leaders will have. The two leaders, when it comes to President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, Gaurav, are also going to talk about issues when it comes to trade, tariffs. They are going to look at and review the relationship. We do not really know whether he's going to be very specific about India's concerns, but resilient supply chain, energy security, artificial intelligence, and investment partnerships. All this will be part of the conversation between the two leaders. Again, we do not have details on what's the time slot for the leadership meeting. If it's about a 15-20 minute meeting, then the conversation will be rather brief.
45 minutes.
But
around 45 minutes are kept for this meeting of Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump. And in fact, in the past, we have seen that every time, whenever they had this kind of interaction or meeting, it has always exceeded the set time. But we have to see, because this meeting is not taking place in a bilateral mode. It is not a full delegation level talk, but rather they are meeting on the sidelines of a G7 summit. And therefore, there are limited time slots available for both the leaders, because they have their own respective engagements. And all the high-level meetings are taking place on the sidelines of the G7 summit, along with the G7 interventions and G7 process as well. So we have to see that what are the important issues and how both leaders decide to steer this relationship after this big meeting. But certainly, this gives an opportunity for both the leaders as well as both these countries to reset the relationship, to set aside whatever has happened in past 16 months and do a restart and take forward the relationship, because there is a mutual understanding, there is a mutual commitment to this relationship, and there is an acceptance of the fact that this is a strategic relationship of global significance. And in fact, many times the US President Donald Trump and in fact leadership, bipartisan leadership of the United States have mentioned this fact, Geeta and Gaurav, that this is the most defining relationship of the 21st century. So now this is the time for them to prove in action as well.
Absolutely. Now, if both sides are equally invested in this relationship, it should reflect in more than just words from the American side. Every American action cannot be hostile to India or to Indian interests and yet claim that this is a relationship with both parties, and they truly have invested very heavily in this relationship, and especially post-1998 Pokhran tests, Kargil war, next step in strategic partnership, Indo-US civil nuclear agreement, and so on. Yes, they've invested till Trump 2.0. That is where in the past 16 months, this relationship started going downhill. But the effort to bring it back on an even keel, listen in to the US ambassador to India, Sergio Gore. Also listen in to Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal.
I've traveled all over the world with President Trump, and I can attest that his friendship with Prime Minister Modi is real. The United States and India are bound not just by shared interest, but by a relationship anchored at the highest levels. Real friends can disagree, but always resolve their differences in the end. Last week, our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, powerfully stated that this year will be a year of reciprocity. We are raising the standard for diplomacy itself. That means fair trade, mutual respect, and shared security. Many of you have asked me for an update on the ongoing trade deal negotiations. Both sides continue to actively engage. In fact, the next call on trade will occur tomorrow.
With the signing of this joint statement, finalization of this joint statement, we have set in motion the fast track of achieving this goal of $500 billion bilateral trade annually. Today will be remembered for years as the foundation of a very strong strategic partnership between two of the world's largest democracies.
Well, it's a packed schedule there at Évian in France, where Prime Minister Modi is holding bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the G7, one after the other. After Friedrich Merz, now he's meeting Ursula von der Leyen, who is the European Union Commissioner, and a very important meeting because, again, not so long ago, India held the India-EU summit. A lot of important developments on that front, and now Ursula von der Leyen and EU Council President Antonio Costa are meeting with Prime Minister Modi. This is again a very crucial meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit. Trade, when it comes to trade and cooperation, the agreement that was signed, the EU FTA, India-EU FTA, another important aspect when it comes to growing relations between India and Europe, the Europe outreach, and how the market access when it comes to Europe and India is something that has been part of a conversation with the European Union for a very long time. This is just leaders meeting yet again, taking stock of relations between India and the European Union. And you're seeing in the visuals quite clearly when it comes to the handshake and now the conversations that are taking place, the warmth and the fact that there's comfort when it comes to India and the European Union in not just doing business, but enhancing cooperation. Gaurav.
Oh, you're absolutely right. We remember that big delegation that EU also brought to India. We've seen how Germany, when the German Chancellor came, he got a big business delegation. So Europe has realized, and especially once that free trade agreement was inked, Europe has realized India is the country to invest in. Something Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, also said, India is the talent, trade and technology powerhouse. And that is why Canada and India are also strengthening their relationship. But India-US relations, how should we look at this? Ambassador Anil Tragunath joins us on the show. Also with us is Professor Anshu Joshi, School of International Studies at the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru University. Professor Joshi, we heard Ambassador Sergio Gore say that friends can also have disagreements, but ultimately they resolve their differences. When it comes to India and America, both countries have invested very heavily in this relationship in the past 25 years. But right now, given President Trump's track record, is there an attempt from the American side to invest in that relationship, or are they trying to show he's the boss and he expects everyone else to be subservient?
Indeed, Gaurav, first and foremost, we should understand that in the world of global politics or in the world of diplomacy, there are no permanent friends, there are no permanent enemies. And with the United States of America, we have had a wonderful relationship in past couple of years. We have elevated our strategic partnership to special and comprehensive strategic partnership. And during the first tenure of President Trump's time in United States of America, United States of America signed significant and critical agreements like BECA and COMCASA and LEMOA, all related to logistics support and supplies to India. And they also started providing their signal intelligence services to India, which is indeed pivotal for our defense and security sector. And multiple other agreements were signed. During this tenure, we can see a tiff. There are multiple reasons. But then India took it in a very positive manner, and we gave a befitting reply. In past 2 years, we have seen a lot of has changed. But both the US President and our Prime Minister, they are meeting after a gap of 16 months. And we all are expecting, if not the tangible outcomes from today's talk, at least a diplomatic message that both the nations have invested heavily, be it about defense and security, or be it about the sector of economy, or the cultural engagement that both the nations have, or the people-to-people connects. So that's where we are expecting a diplomatic messaging from both the heads of India as well as United States of America, respectively, that both the nations are ready for a reset or a fresh start in their relationship.
Right. Before I go to Ambassador Sriyunayat, can I just go back to Rohit, because I suppose he has to leave. Rohit, in the 45 minutes that has been slotted, we do know that there are a lot of bilateral issues that will come up. But how much of the focus would be the Iran-US war, India's role, and what can be done in terms of the opening of the Strait of Hormuz and ensuring peace and stability and continuity when it comes to freedom of navigation?
I think both those points are important. I think either the first one would be, energy security. I think America would obviously make point that India could buy oil from Venezuela, and Americans are more than willing to offer that to the Indians to meet its energy demands. And the other would be Strait of Hormuz. I think from Indian perspective, I think we could see Prime Minister Modi and the Indian delegation bringing up the unfortunate incident of killing of 3 Indian sailors in Strait of Hormuz. But I think those points will definitely show up. And then again, it's very condensed time. We're not expecting any big announcement. I think it is kind of a reset, and as Ambassador Gaur had said earlier, I think in the kind of relationship that India has with the US, we are able to talk through tough things and still work it out. So I think that would be the ultimate goal of this, to reset the relationship. We will obviously see the Prime Minister in the US very soon, definitely at G20. So I think laying some groundwork for that as well, Geeta.
Okay, Ambassador Sriyunayat, a reset of ties it takes two to tango. But does America want to tango with India? And I don't want to just refer to the Indo-PACOM now being called just the US Pacific Command once again. The timing of that, America's fondness for that favorite field marshal of Pakistan, who's really a terrorist in uniform as far as India is concerned, and all of that. Are American actions increasingly more hostile towards India, sir?
There is no doubt, Gaurav and Geeta, that this is a very, very important relationship which has been termed as the Global Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. I, for one, have begun to believe that the strategic partnership word is becoming a facade. And I think we need to turn them into pure transactional relationships. So exactly where you stand. So under this garb, if we are so close, if we had such a strategic pivot towards the American foreign policy, the kind of unique treatment that India has received from the United States in past 16, 18 months is something unprecedented. I mean, so I think that this one, and it was reflected in Prime Minister's deportment against when he met President Trump. Earlier, it used to be all big hugs and whatnot, but this time it was a restrained one. And we have seen not only one, but several incidents, one after the other. I mean, when Dr. Jaishankar spoke to Mr. Rubio about the 3 sailors who've been killed, the kind of insensitive statement coming from there does not really augur very well about that they had any, repentance, or they are, we don't expect them to apologize because they will not. So, and President Trump praises Prime Minister Modi, and even a few days ago, he also said that he's a great.
But why, Ambassador Srinath, why do we not expect America to apologize anymore? Even if not apologize, express regret? I mean, that's
No,
the
we
least.
should. What I'm saying is we should. But they would not, because historically, the Americans have used this unilateralism, destroyed the countries. Look at Iraq. I was ambassador to Libya. Look at Libya. Look at Afghanistan. So they have gone and destroyed the countries. And now the whole international system has been destroyed. What has happened in Iran? Once again, it is there. So unless you stand up to it, it is going to be a problem. And I think that India believes very much in the 3M approach, that you mutual respect, and there is a mutual sensitivity and mutual interest, then only a relationship can move forward for mutual benefit. Otherwise, we'll all have to diversify our partnerships. And that's what Prime Minister Modi is trying to do, is move more towards the Europeans. There have been, like earlier, your colleagues were mentioning about 6, Sandeep, I think, was mentioning the 6 countries he has visited. He was also in Switzerland for a minute. And also, so many of these EU commissioners have come. We have 2 deals with the, I mean, if you take the Nordic summit, then it adds to much more. So I believe that this is important. Africa is there, Latin America is there, the whole world is out there. Canadians are keen on developing relationships. So I think that we must make it very clear that India is not a banana republic, and that's it.
That's a very good point you make, and I think that one message, Sandeep, is going out. While the defense partnership is very strong, the high-end technology partnership has been strong, except that huge niggle with the G404 engines, which is compromising the modernization of the light combat aircraft. Because if you're a friend, our engines should be here in time, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And, as Ambassador Trigunyad said, that what's the point of having a strategic partnership if this is how you're going to be treated? You might as well not be a strategic partner, But that apart, if you see what Prime Minister Modi said yesterday, Gaurav, very interesting line. He said, trust but verify. Now, that, interestingly, is a Russian proverb that President Ronald Reagan, Trump's favorite president, used very often in his interactions with Mikhail Gorbachev. The Russian proverb is, of course, deverai na preverai. Of course, Gita can give us a better interpretation of that. But trust but verify is something that we have never seen used for the United States, at least in the 21st century, Gaurav. This is something that we used to use with China, with Xi Jinping. Prime Minister Modi has always mentioned it in the context of China. But here we are in 2026 saying to our strategic partner, the United States, who we've invested in this relationship over a quarter of a century, we're telling them trust but verify.
Oh, absolutely. That's a story we'll be tracking.
That's a very important point, Gaurav.
Very closely. Stay with us. A quick break. Back with lots more. Our coverage continues because we are asking those hard questions that many others are afraid to ask. But these are questions that need to be asked and answered. Stay with us here on India.
India Today presents India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. As India's financial landscape evolves at an unprecedented pace, the conversations shaping tomorrow have never been more important. Join the leaders shaping the future of finance. India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. Mumbai, June 18, 2026. Watch live.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance Raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Resign and go. Who are you telling this? कौन किसको आप बोल रहे हैं कि रिजाइन करके चले जाओ?
देखिए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस के भी हो सकते हैं। जिस तरह से 20-22 सांसद उनके ममता बनर्जी के नाम पर, उनके पार्टी के आइडियोलॉजी पर चुनकर आए और एक बार चुनाव हार गए तो भाग गए। हाँ, आपको भागना है तो भाग जाइए, लेकिन जिस पार्टी ने, जिस वोटर ने आपको चुन कर दिया है, आप उनके साथ दगाबाजी क्यों कर रहे हो? आप इस्तीफा दीजिए और जहां जाना है वहां से चुनाव लड़िए। वैसे ही मुंबई में, महाराष्ट्र में, आम आदमी पार्टी में आप कोई भी किसी को कहां से भी किडनैप कर लेता है। डेमोक्रेसी में ये किडनैपिंग है।
लेकिन बहुत सारे सांसद तो अपनी मर्जी से जा रहे हैं।
नहीं, कोई नहीं मर्जी से जाता है। मर्जी से कोई जाता नहीं। मर्जी से चुनाव हमारे पार्टी में आप लड़ते हो ना। चुनाव आप अपनी मर्जी से हमारे पास आकर, हमारा उम्मीदवार बनकर, हमसे पैसा लेकर चुनाव लड़ते हो। आपने पैसा खर्च कर रहे हो, पार्टी दे रही है, आपको पैसा दे रही है, उम्मीदवारी चुनाव का नॉमिनेशन दे रही है, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मेहनत कर रहे हैं आपके लिए, पार्टी के नेता, चाहे हमारे यहाँ उद्धव ठाकरे जी और हम सब लोग आपके लिए मेहनत करते हैं। हाँ, 25-25 दिन बाहर रहते हैं हम लोग, और बाद में आप हमारी मर्जी से जा रहे हो। कौन सी मर्जी? डेमोक्रेसी में मर्जी है आपकी। अगर आप अपने मर्जी के मालिक हैं तो पार्टी ने आपको जो पद दिया है, चाहे विधायक हो या एमएलए हो, चाहे एमपी हो, चाहे कॉर्पोरेटर हो, आप इस्तीफा दीजिए, आपकी मर्जी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
battle to restore faith in India's biggest medical entrance exam is now being fought on land, in the air and online. Days before the NEET retest, the government has taken the extraordinary step of temporarily blocking Telegram in India. The National Testing Agency claims the messaging platform was being exploited by cheating networks to spread misinformation and create fake paper leak narratives. Authorities say the move is aimed at protecting the integrity of the examination and restoring trust among students. At the heart of the controversy is Telegram's message editing feature. The agency says this loophole was allegedly used to create misleading evidence of paper leaks. According to the NTA, administrators could allegedly edit old posts after an examination had concluded. Question papers could then be attached to those posts while the original timestamp remained unchanged. To the ordinary user, it could appear as though the question paper had been available before the examination. And confusion spread among students already under immense pressure. Now, authorities are fighting back. Telegram access has been blocked until June 22nd. Its message editing feature for existing posts has been disabled till June 30th. And the dedicated cyber surveillance network has been activated to monitor examination-related content online. The crackdown comes as the government rolls out unprecedented security measures for the NEET retest. Question papers are being airlifted by the Indian Air Force. CRPF and CISF personnel are being deployed at examination centres. For lakhs of students, NEET is not just an examination. It is years of sacrifice, years of preparation. This time, authorities say the challenge is not only to stop a paper leak. The big question, can the government restore trust? Bureau Report, India Today.
When the king of cricket and the prince of Punjabi pop share the stage, expectations don't just rise, they explode. And that's exactly what's happening as Virat Kohli and Karan Aujla gear up for a high-profile crossover that has already set social media buzzing. Delhi is gearing up for an electrifying evening on June 21st as cricket legend Virat Kohli and Punjabi pop powerhouse Karan Aujla unite for a high-profile event at the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre in Dwarka. Interestingly, Virat personally confirmed Karan Aujla's involvement through a social media post that instantly grabbed attention. The collaboration is a part of 1-8, which is Virat Kohli's lifestyle brand that has steadily grown into a major youth-focused label.
On 21st June, we are unveiling the future of performance. 1-8, built in India for the world. Come witness this historic moment with me.
The upcoming Delhi event now introduces a musical dimension to the brand's journey, with Aujla joining the spotlight. Meanwhile, Karan Aujla continues to be one of the most influential voices in Punjabi music, and his chartbusters such as Softly, Tauba Tauba, and Admiring You have played a significant role in taking Punjabi pop to audiences across the globe. The announcement also arrives on the heels of Aujla's hugely successful Delhi concert held at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium earlier this year as part of his P-Pop Culture India tour.
watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Welcome back. You're watching a special broadcast on Prime Minister Modi at G7, and just in a few hours, he will be meeting with US President Donald Trump. June 17th is the day when the US waiver for India on Russian oil purchases ends. What happens now? Will that be top of Modi's agenda? Is something we will have to wait and see. But for now, let's go across to our colleague Pranay Upadhyay, who's reporting from France. Pranay, a lot of issues that could come up, but today the deadline or the time period, the temporary waiver that was given to India comes to an end when it comes to Russian oil purchases.
Absolutely. The timing of this meeting and actually the timing of the US waiver on India's Russian oil purchase are coinciding, in fact, and we have to see that what further course of action is decided by the Trump administration. But as far as the India's viewpoint is concerned, there's absolutely no question of India not buying Russian oil because Russian oil is not sanctioned. There are certain companies which are sanctioned, and there are other companies. This is what we are learning from our sources in the government, that there are other companies as well selling Russian oil, and India has to ensure its energy security. And absolutely, these are the red lines. These are non-negotiable areas, and India can talk about this issue upfront with any government, with any leader for that matter, because we have to ensure our energy security. And if you see statistically, Gaurav and Geeta, India's oil import from United States has increased in past 1 year by an amount or by a number of almost 60%. So that's a huge increase. And therefore, we have diversified our energy basket and oil basket. We are currently importing our energy products from almost 41 countries, that including United States, including Venezuela. And in fact, if the sanctions are lifted, India is also ready to buy oil from Iran. That will be much cheaper. That will be much convenient for us. So absolutely, there is no question about...
Absolutely. So let's also bring into this conversation Ambassador Trigunayat. Ambassador, what should be key points that India raises at this meeting?
Well, I think there are several key points. One is that Prime Minister Modi will be able to judge exactly where President Trump stands and wants to go forward during these discussions. We have this so-called trade deal, which is also stuck because of the Section 301 possibility of imposing additional tariffs despite the deal. So whether it's worth it or not, that is something to be discussed. What happened to the Indian sailors who were killed, and 4 incidents like that, and there has been no single statement, and Prime Minister indirectly mentioned it in his intervention. That will very much come up in the discussions. There have been a lot of defense and security matters that have still remained unfulfilled on the other side. So that will also come up. Of course, Chabahar Port, I mean, as far as the waiver on Chabahar Port is concerned, I think that will also be one of the points that will be discussed. Once the sanctions are over in 5-6 months' time, whatever, then Iranian oil will be available once again to everyone. And I think this is one of the parts that in the interim, the Iranian oil will be allowed to be flowed even within 60 days. So once that happens, then a lot of things will be clarified. So in that sense, it is pretty crucial meeting. And of course, I mean, we'll have to see whether the discussion about the Quad Summit will be held at all. And if so, and what does President Trump think about coming to India if he does it all? So there are, I think that there are many things, but his time would be short. So I think they will be merely flagged, and he'll have to see what President Trump has to say further.
Well, Professor Joshi, the fact that, we have been looking at waivers, and when it comes to Europe, India took a very firm position that they will continue to buy Russian oil. Right. Is that the kind of messaging that India needs to even, signal out to America when it comes to Russian oil purchases, waivers, sanctions, and the fact that India has abided by American sanctions?
Absolutely right, Geeta, and that is what time and again our Prime Minister and External Affairs Minister have called as strategic autonomy, and our Prime Minister had also stated by purchasing oil, gas and LPG from Russia as a non-negotiable necessity to ensure energy security for India. So it's a necessity for us, and previously, the same Ursula von, who called India, EU, FTA and defense deal as mother of all deals from Davos. The same Ursula von had warned us in New Delhi when she attended Raisina Dialogue in 2022, and she requested us not to purchase oil and gas from Russia, and that's where our External Affairs Minister called this decision as our strategic autonomy, and that's what he said, that India would take all decisions, all such kind of decisions, considering its national interests as the first priority. And that is what we have been doing in case of the waivers that were given by United States of America also. And when it comes to purchasing oil and gas, LPG from Russia, it works as a spoiler indeed in India-US relations. But Geeta, we have to understand that despite like diversifying our exports, and instead of purchasing oil and gas from 27 countries, now we get oil and gas from 41 countries. Yes. Russia still works as the primary supplier of oil, gas and LPG for us, and that is what saved us during the crucial times when Iran weaponized Strait of Hormuz, choked it, and the whole world suffered the repercussions because of disrupted supply chains and stopped oil and gas supplies to different countries.
And you know, Sandeep, after this conflict has taken a pause, I will not say this war has ended, there are a lot of lessons that the world has drawn and seen the limitation of what even a superpower can do. Given changed equations, there are only two ways that a bully can act. He can either double down or he can back off. And the Prime Minister is very clear, multilateralism is the key, trust deficit has to be removed, because moving forward, there will be very serious issues, including the procurement of military hardware, including additional S-400 systems from Russia.
Absolutely, Gaurav. You know, and the fact is that Russia is one of our topmost defense suppliers. Russia gives us the kind of equipment that no other country on this planet will give us. That includes nuclear submarine, very, very sensitive strategic know-how, the fact that they have offered us even strategic bombers. That is, on the back burner now because they're fighting a war. They need those bombers, but those S-400s are there. We've seen the way they were used with devastating effect during Operation Sindoor, Gaurav, and that two weapon platforms, in addition to the indigenous IACCS during Operation Sindoor, were primarily of Russian origin. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile and the S-400 air defense missile system. Now, these are two systems without which Operation Sindoor would possibly have taken a very different, color. And that is the faith of India in weapon systems, Russian origin weapon systems, which come with no strings attached, Gaurav. And this is something that India will want to maintain, that not just the oil energy pipeline to Russia, but also that arms pipeline for very cutting edge defense technology that Russia gives us and no other country in the world, Gaurav.
You know, if I may, and the last 30 seconds we have on this part of the show, Sandeep, even the American equipment, the P-8Is, for example, they've held us in great stead. Post the pivot to Asia and then Indo-US relationship becoming warmer, the military hardware India got from the United States, the Chinook helicopters, the C-17 Globemasters, the C-130J Super Hercules, all of that's held us in great stead, except transfer of technology is such a niggle, such a huge issue actually.
It is a huge niggle, Gaurav, and the platforms that you mentioned are, they're primarily support platforms. Yes, the P-8I is a very capable anti-submarine warfare aircraft as well, but the war-winning equipment that we've used, primarily Russian origin, hard-hitting, kinetic kill weapons is what the Russians sell us. But transfer of technology, as you correctly mentioned, is a huge, huge problem with the United States. It does not share technology, and they've told us this in no uncertain terms. We're looking at other via media through which we can kind of, work together, get the two industries together, jointly develop things, but that has so far not happened. The BrahMos, for instance, we've had that with the Russians. The fantastic, 25 years, 26 years, it's been a very successful jointly developed missile program.
And that's a story Geeta and I will be tracking very closely. I want to thank all our guests. A quick break. Geeta and I are back with lots more on this big story, the countdown. Barely half an hour to go for that important meeting. Will there be a reset? Will there be an improvement in ties? That's the story. We're coming back to. Stay with us.
लगभग 9:30 बजे आज ही इन लोगों ने करीब 6 जो सांसद हैं आपके 9 टोटल हैं उसमें 2/3 उन लोगों ने एक चिट्ठी लिख करके लोकसभा स्पीकर को सौंप दी है कि वो लोग अलग हो रहे हैं।
हम लोग के मानने को तैयार नहीं है, इसलिए कि अगर ये 6 लोग हैं तो 6 लोग लोकसभा स्पीकर के सामने जाकर खड़े होने चाहिए। आप कोई किसी के भी सिग्नेचर लेके जाएंगे और वो लेके 6 है, अभी हम कल 10 सिग्नेचर लेके जाएंगे किसी और के, ये 10 लोग हमारे साथ आने को तैयार
बोल रहे हैं वो फॉर्ज्ड सिग्नेचर्स है।
देखिए, हमारा एक सांसद है हिंगोली से नागेश अस्टिकर, वो आज सुबह उद्धव जी से और हमसे बोल रहे थे कि मैं अभी भी मेरे चुनाव क्षेत्र में हूं, यहाँ चुनाव चल रहा है, उसका बेटा चुनाव हमारे पार्टी की तरफ से लड़ रहा है, तो कोई मेरा गलत सिग्नेचर कर सकता है।
उन्होंने आशंका जताई थी।
हाँ, हमको बताया। और दूसरे हमारे संजय दिना पाटिल एक सांसद है, अभी मेरी बातचीत हो गई तो उसने
अभी बात हुई है, उनका भी नाम चल रहा है कि उन्होंने भी नाम दिया है।
अभी बात हो गई, उनका फोन आया था कि मेरा नाम चल रहा है, बहुत गलत नाम है चल रहा है, मैं नहीं हूं, मैं पार्टी के साथ हूं। अब जब तक ये सब लोग सामने नहीं आएंगे, हाँ, तब तक आपको या हमको पता नहीं चलेगा कौन किसके साथ है। कल हमने एक व्हिप जारी किया है, पार्टी ने एक व्हिप जारी किया। कल हमने हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री दल की बैठक बुलाई है कल 11 बजे। कल पता चलेगा व्हिप का पालन कौन करता है या व्हिप को उल्लंघन कौन करता है, तुरंत एक्शन ले लेंगे हम।
तो रियल टेस्ट
कल है। यस।
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله لا من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
A young woman pleads them to let go.
قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الفلق أشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
But the men around her continue what she alleges was a forced religious conversion ritual. This viral video is now at the heart of a sensational case being investigated by Nagpur police. The survivor, a 24-year-old woman, the wife of an Indian Air Force officer, alleges that her former classmate, Ayaz Taj, first approached her under the pretext of buying a property plot. She alleges she was given an intoxicating substance, sexually assaulted and filmed without her consent. The accused allegedly used those videos to blackmail her, repeatedly exploit her and extort over 3 lakh rupees. The woman further alleges she was taken to a secluded location where rituals were conducted and she was told that her religious conversion into Islam had been completed. Police say the viral video submitted by the complainant is being verified as evidence. 2 accused, Ayaz Taj and Amin Sheikh, have been arrested, while a third accused, Hazrat Maulana, remains absconding. Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Parishad called it a case of love jihad and demanded thorough investigation. As police examine the video and other evidence, the case has sparked serious questions whether multiple illicit conversion rings are getting free run across many parts of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
भाजपा का धर्म का मतलब धन है, और सुना है जैसे इलेक्शन में जब बेईमानी की थी इन्होंने, कुंदरकी की, या अन्य चुनावों में जहां बेईमानी हुई थी वहां सीसीटीवी फुटेज नहीं मिले थे, और सीसीटीवी फुटेज नदारद हैं, गायब हैं, खो गए हैं। और सीसीटीवी से, क्योंकि सीसीटीवी से सीसी का राज खुल जाएगा। सीसीटीवी के फुटेज इसलिए नदारद हैं कि सीसीटीवी से सीसी का राज खुल जाएगा। सीसी का मतलब तो जानते ही होंगे आप, चढ़ावा चोरी, चंदा चोरी। सीसीटीवी से फुटेज गायब हैं, नदारद हैं, क्योंकि सीसीटीवी से सीसी का राज खुल जाता। सीसी का मतलब तो आप समझ ही गए हैं, चढ़ावा चोरी, चंदा चोरी। इसके बाद हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते। दाना और गाना कब तक चलेगा ये अफसाना? दाना और गाना कब तक चलेगा ऐसा अफसाना? नहीं समझ पाए तो कोई बात नहीं।
उबाठा नाम की पार्टी अब धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रही है। उबाठा के नेतृत्व पर उबाठा के जो एमएलएज हैं, जो एमपीज हैं, अब उनका विश्वास नहीं रहा। तो 2029 आते आते ये पार्टी पूरी तरह से खत्म हो जाएगी। क्यों? क्योंकि रोज उबाठा छोड़ करके उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व में अविश्वास जताते हुए लोग पार्टी छोड़ के बाहर निकल रहे हैं। अब उनके जहां तक सांसदों की बात है, हमारा उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं, उनकी पार्टी का यह अंदरूनी विषय है। उन्होंने पिछले दिनों मातोश्री में एक बैठक बुलाई थी, और उद्धव ठाकरे जी जो हमेशा फेसबुक लाइव रहते हैं, पहली बार उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर के उनके सांसद ऑनलाइन लाइव हो गए और उन्होंने मीटिंग ज्वाइन नहीं की।
ऐसा है कि ऑपरेशन टाइगर के मामले में जो 7 सांसदों के साथ में हमारी चर्चा अंतिम क्षण में आ चुकी है। जैसा हम लोग ऑपरेशन करने किसी हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाता है, और वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन सारे रिपोर्ट्स आ चुकी है। अभी केवल ये डॉक्टर का अंतिम ऑपरेशन का जो दिन होता है, ऑपरेशन की अपॉइंटमेंट दिन आना है, ऑपरेशन के दिन आ जाएगा, उस दिन ये ऑपरेशन हो जाएगा।
So Apple WWDC 2026 has indeed come to a conclusion, and lots of updates coming in for Apple users. The biggest of them all is the new Siri AI, which a lot of Apple users will definitely look forward to. Siri gets a completely redefined look and also becomes more contextual, more intuitive. Apple Intelligence also gets more closely knitted into the entire ecosystem, and that's something that Apple users will definitely appreciate, because now Google's integration is going to make your overall experience much better. Some child control, let's say you have minors using Apple devices and also exposed to the Apple ecosystem, well, parents can control some of these features now and have a closer look of what their child is doing when they're using Apple ecosystem and devices. So these are some of the updates that have come in from WWDC 2026. But again, the biggest announcement is around how Apple Intelligence is now becoming smarter, more intuitive, and more useful for a lot of the users who are not only on the iPhone but also across different devices. So yes, big updates coming in for all of the Apple users, and something to look forward to. Now these features, as Apple said, will be rolled out in the coming months. It's not going to come immediately, but yes, developers will be able to test out some of the features and find bugs if there are any. So yes, I feel that this WWDC was more about polishing some of the existing features and making AI genuinely useful, and also making sure that the data that the users have stays protected, stays behind private cloud and also on the device, so that while they say that other AI devices can exploit your data, that's something that's not happening in the Apple ecosystem. So yes, big updates coming in from Apple WWDC 2026, and lots to look forward to for Apple users in the coming months.
India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-powered by
The new Tygoon. Welcome to driving. Co-powered by Suzlon. Good energies that work.
Welcome back to India Today's continuing coverage of the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American President Donald Trump in France. The countdown has begun. That meeting will take place shortly. The big question is, will the relationship come back on track? The Modi-Trump bilateral. Now, I want you to look at those images very carefully. That's the picture in the center. That's the G7 family photograph. And then the meeting that took place inside the room. Now, this was the summit roundtable. The Prime Minister and the American President, they were seated next to each other. But that warmth in the relationship. I had covered both Howdy Modi in Houston, Texas, and Namaste Trump at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The warmth in the relationship witnessed earlier and the rather formal handshake now. Will this relationship return on an even keel? Because there are many questions. India has invested a lot in this relationship. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was amongst the first of the bloc when he visited the United States soon after the inauguration of President Trump. January 2025 was the inauguration. February, the Prime Minister was there. There was an agreement, a compact, a decision that there would be an early trade deal, that there would be forward movement on high-end technology cooperation and, of course, defense partnership. So while the high-end technology cooperation and defense partnership, it has moved forward, but that was followed, the trade deal, instead of moving forward, punitive taxes. First, 25% tariffs imposed on India, then another 25% punitive tariffs imposed on India. And just today, hours before the meeting, the Indo-Pacific Command, this was a pivot to Asia in 2011 under Barack Obama. And then under Donald Trump in his first tenure, there was a conversation about the pivot to India, an Indo-Pacific Command, the oldest and the largest command of the US Armed Forces. Just today, hours before the meeting, the United States has announced that it will revert to its original name of Pacific Command. Are these signals that are being sent out? Signals like the close cooperation between US and Pakistan. Is the US succumbing under Chinese pressure on the Indo-Pacific? Why did the Quad Summit not take place? There are many issues, including issues of West Asia, of American targeting. Of course, it wasn't an Indian flagged ship, but it was a merchant tanker. Civilians on board, 3 Indians were killed. And the US was rather unapologetic. Well, will that be taken up at the summit level? Because the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, he took it up with Marco Rubio, but Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State, his response was rather negative. These are issues that perhaps will be taken up, and from the body language and the conversations, will we know that is this relationship now moving forward? Does it have a positive trajectory, or will India's efforts be? We've had ups and downs, a roller coaster relationship with the United States. Will it now mean that India and the United States perhaps will just ensure that you keep it as normal as possible and then wait for the next president to come to the White House? It remains to be seen. So the Prime Minister and the American President set for their first face-to-face bilateral meeting since February 2025. Now, various issues are to be discussed between the two sides, including Russian oil, including the situation in West Asia, Iran oil. We have guests who join us on this special broadcast. Dr. Mohan Kumar is a former top diplomat. Sandeep Puneethan is senior journalist with me tracking the story. And Sandeep, let's take this step by step as we wait for Dr. Mohan Kumar. This relationship, a lot had been invested in this. This meeting perhaps will decide whether we are getting returns on an investment, or we just need to cut our losses for the rest of the Trump tenure?
Absolutely, Gaurav. You've nailed it, in fact. The India-US relationship, Gaurav, is far too important. It's more than just about President Trump. This is one of the most significant partnerships we have with any country in the 21st century. We are looking at a $200 billion bilateral trade, which could go up to $500 billion, as is being projected by the end of this decade, by 2030. They are one of our largest arms suppliers, now a leading energy supplier. We run a surplus with the United States in trade. Now, these are very, very big markers. You have a huge diaspora over there. The India-US relationship, Gaurav, is very, very important. And Prime Minister Modi is possibly looking at, a post-President Trump era. Now, he is a serious politician, Gaurav. He's been here for 12 years. He's the longest served Indian Prime Minister, elected Indian Prime Minister. He has seen four Prime Ministers. He has seen 4 American presidents. And he will see possibly a 5th American president before his tenure runs out in May 2029. He's a serious politician. He plays the long game. And he's clearly looking at it beyond just President Trump. He's looking at the future of the India-US relationship. And the quick thing, Gaurav, is that what we are also doing as a backup is we are doing a US +1. And that +1 is Europe, Gaurav.
Okay, so Dr. Mohan Kumar is with us. Dr. Mohan Kumar, would the trade deal forward movement be one of the markers? Because for a very long time we've been hearing it's almost done. It's done. It's on the president's table. And then we saw punitive tariffs being imposed on India. Then they were removed. Then we were told, yes, once again, it's almost done. You'll see the first tranche perhaps by July. Will we get the first indication today?
Thank you very much for having me. I want to begin by saying that this meeting now is expected to last 35 minutes. That's the amount of time that's been given for this meeting. Secondly, it's good to bear in mind there is going to be consecutive interpretation. So Prime Minister Modi will speak in Hindi and then somebody will interpret it in English. The same thing for him, he will speak in English. And of course, Prime Minister Modi understands, but it will still have to be interpreted. So we are looking at a relatively short time. If you include courtesies and other things, we are looking at maybe max 20 minutes. In the 20 minutes, my sense is that trade will certainly figure very, very prominently. It is the deal that needs to be gotten out of the way if there is to be a substantial improvement in the relationship. So that will take a bulk of time. We need to have 2 other issues. One is we have to be careful to kind of convey a message that US has become the largest exporter of gas to India. We now import gas more from the US than from anybody else. In return, we would like the US to cut us some slack when it comes to buying Russian oil and the rest of it. This is important. So energy will be important. Last but not least, I think the issue of seafarers will be raised by the Prime Minister. It's important to understand in diplomacy that if you think an issue is important, you are at liberty to raise it. It doesn't necessarily mean the other side is going to engage. They may merely take note of your issue. And that is my sense. I don't think he will be able to respond, but it's your privilege and duty to raise the issue. On the whole, my assessment of this meeting, it will neither sink the relationship, nor will it take it to great heights. This is a meeting that will, I think, be considered as part of the process of rapprochement and incremental progress that we are trying to achieve. I don't want to disagree with you guys when I heard you talking 10 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago. But for a diplomat, it's naive to talk about post-Trump. You have to deal with him for 3.5 years. Yes. You can't wish it away. You can do what you want by saying the relationship is important. I will deal with post-Trump. That's fine. But you would still need to have a strategy to deal with this gentleman who is a legitimately elected president and who's going to be around for 3 years. That is what I would do with all the problems.
You're absolutely right, sir. but that is where you see you try and cut your losses, the way he's been dealing with India. But before I come back to you and bring in Rohit, US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore speaking. Let's quickly cut across and listen in.
How's the mood, Ambassador?
This is not open to press.
Forward to it, and the president will be there in about half an hour. Always happy to see you, Prime Minister. How's the mood? I'll talk to you guys. How's the mood, Ambassador?
This is not open to press.
Forward to it, and the president will be there in about half an hour. Always happy to see you, Prime Minister. How's the mood? I'll talk to you guys. How's the mood, Ambassador?
This is not open to press.
Forward to it, and the president will be there in about half an hour. Always happy to see you, Prime Minister. How's the mood? I'll talk to you guys. How's the mood, Ambassador?
This is not open to press.
Forward to it, and the president will be there in about half an hour.
Looking forward to it. Rohit, what's the buzz? You've been speaking to officials in the White House, in the State Department. There was a conversation earlier at the Pentagon. What's the buzz about this relationship with India overall?
I think, and again, those numbers just speak for themselves, Gaurav. I think Ambassador Gore being there for the first bilat after such a long period tells you how invested, the institutions are in bringing this relationship on track. Look, nobody has denied the fact that things were not as great. Things did kind of moved in the wrong direction for a while. But as the earlier ambassador was talking, the former diplomat, I think it is important to also acknowledge that this has to be an iterative process. You have to go step by step. You've got to be able to raise difficult issues, knowing the fact that there are institutions in Washington D.C. that are interested and want this relationship to be as great as it was a couple of months ago, or probably 16 months ago. So I think that's the mood. We'll have to, again, as I said, we have to wait and watch the readouts that come out of this meeting. We're not expecting any big announcements. We probably hear something on trade, the trade agreement that you were talking about, Gaurav, that is impending. We also know the USTR is traveling to India in a couple of days from now. So I think those points will be there. There would be a good meeting, is what we've been told. And then, as I said, we'll have to wait and watch what the readout says. And then this meeting is going to be the stepping stone for Prime Minister's visit to the US later in the year. I think that's the bottom line, what we've been told.
Because Sandeep, India also stayed very firm last year after the tariffs and then the punitive tariffs, then President Trump's claims about brokering a ceasefire and then demanding support for a Nobel Peace Prize, and India making it very clear he had absolutely no role to play in it. Overall, we saw the relationship nosedive. His relationship with Pakistan, that saw considerable improvement. There's some conversation about military hardware being sold to Pakistan, some cryptocurrency deals happening with Pakistan. President Trump then trying to move towards a G2 of sorts with China, dropping Indo from the PACOM. The impression is and not coming for the Quad summit, not moving forward on Quad. Does that indicate in his scheme of things, Indo-Pacific is not as important as it was initially thought out to be in the first term?
Well, Gaurav, President Trump is the person who in his first term revived the Quad. Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, they are the ones who actually brought out the Quad. But in the second term, we are seeing a completely different approach from President Trump. The Quad no longer figures, excuse me, the Quad no longer figures in his scheme of things, it seems. He is more...
Okay, just drink a glass of water. Ambassador, would you like to weigh in? I want to bring in Ambassador Mohan Kumar into this conversation. Whether it is Quad, dropping Indo-PACOM and going back to PACOM, are these signals that are being sent, sir?
Yes, I don't think that can be denied. You will have to interpret these signs. Maybe there are operational reasons for changing the name. As far as the relationship with Pakistan is concerned, I would only be interested in our red lines and whether they are being crossed. And what I mean by red lines is anything they do which impinges negatively on India's national security is something that we would have to take up with the US and make sure that our sentiments are well known. If he's going to say, I love Asim Munir, he should get the Nobel Prize, these guys are great, it doesn't bother me, frankly. You can love them as much as you want. That is your prerogative. But as far as I'm concerned, as a hard-headed diplomatic approach, you have to make sure your national interest is not adversely affected. My sense is that there is a recalibration going on in America's relationship with everybody, not just India. America is changing the terms of its relationship with everybody. And that includes China and it includes Pakistan. So obviously those two relationships make a big difference for India. I tend to view Pakistan as a strategic nuisance, no more. But China is extremely important. In fact, if there is one thing I would love to know, it is where is the US when it comes to its eventual relationship with China? Because that is what is impacting on the change of the Indo-Pacific Command, on the kind of retrenchment that you are seeing, on even the US relationship with regard to Taiwan. There are more important things which the US is doing around the world, which could affect India. But I want to conclude by saying it's excellent that Prime Minister Modi is meeting the EU, he's meeting the UK, he's meeting Germany, he's meeting France. That is a strong assertion of multi-alignment, a strong assertion of strategic autonomy. This signal will not be lost on our American friends.
Yes, because, you're absolutely right, Ambassador. The moment Ursula von der Leyen spoke of mother of all deals, President Trump's attitude had changed completely, and India's engagement. I mean, in fact, he wanted Europe to put 100% tariffs on countries like India and China, and Europe wasn't listening to him. So do you see some kind of a distance coming between the US and Europe on issues like Greenland, on issues like Ukraine, and of course now trade?
There are important differences between the US and EU, but the EU has tried its very best at this summit to get the US on board on an issue of existential interest to Europe, which is the issue of Ukraine. Now, this may have implications for India because there is some talk of reimposing sanctions on Russia. And that is why one of the issues that the Prime Minister might raise with the US President is the issue of energy. While we are importing lots of gas from the US, we will continue to import oil from wherever it's possible and at whatever price is acceptable to us. This is something that India's strategic autonomy warrants, and we have to make sure energy security for our people is met. So these are the kind of issues that we can raise with the president. Answers you may not get, but then you have to make sure that it occupies the mind of President Trump so that when we do something 2-3 weeks down the line, it's not taken by surprise. So that's the point I'm making. So because whether it is the...
Yes.
Sorry.
Go on, sir. Complete your point, sir.
No, for example, the seafarers, it's an issue we should raise. But then we have a problem. There are 300,000 seafarers and 22,000 are in Strait of Hormuz. Whose responsibility is it to protect all of them? Ultimately, we have to take care of this. And that is why I think the PM spoke the way he did at the outreach summit when he said there is a collective responsibility to make sure that people or seafarers who are contributing to marine trade don't suffer. So all I'm saying is I see this as part of a continuum. I don't see this meeting in isolation. There is a process of rapprochement going on between the two sides. We may not go back to status quo ante. We may find a new recalibration point for the relationship. If so, so be it. But at least we should make sure that the important points in the relationship, like the investment in global capability centers, the data centers, the tech relationship, and our trade relationship, these are things which we need right now. We are the ones who need it more than the US needs India. That's the point I'm making.
That's a very important point you make. India needs the United States more than the US needs India at this stage. Ambassador Mohan Kumar puts it clearly there. Now, but these are testing times. There's no denying the fact. I want you to look at some of the aspects why these are testing times for this relationship. This is the first time they're meeting since not just that February 2025 visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the US, but first time after Operation Sindoor. President Trump is extremely close to Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir, who very clearly for anybody in the world is like a terrorist in uniform, the way he speaks and his actions and the way he's killing his own people. Of course, Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir people are ours, but then in Pakistan's Punjab province, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and of course in Pakistan-occupied Baluchistan. India-US ties, they are warmer despite certain irritants. Now, President Trump's claim that he brokered a ceasefire, that's completely unacceptable to India. He may have spoken to Pakistan, got Pakistan to step back, but India agreed to a ceasefire because Pakistan's DGMO sought that ceasefire, and that's a point India has repeatedly claimed. President Trump's role in de-escalation is unacceptable to India as far as there's any question of any third-party mediation. India maintains the ceasefire move was strictly bilateral. Then the India-US trade deal. Both sides have been talking about an interim trade pact. In fact, when I spoke to Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal a couple of days ago, he said by end of July, you should have the first tranche of that trade deal, and he's confident it will be advantage India because the agriculture sector, the dairy sector, there's nothing that goes against the interests of Indian farmers or dairy interests. And he said you can quote us on that. They're very clear about that. And should any competitor have an advantage, automatically they're trying to build it into the system, into the agreement that India will have that competitive edge. So that would be a key test of the economic partnership between the two countries. Farmers versus market access. US has been seeking greater access when it comes to agri and dairy product. India has made it very clear, dairy, farmer, agricultural sector will be protected. American, buy more made in America, that is President Trump's push. US wants higher purchase for its energy. Yes, America is the largest supplier of gas to India. Defense, America wants to push more, especially when it comes to the F-35s. India says we'll have to consider that aircraft on merits when it is offered. India seeks balanced, mutually beneficial terms in ties. The reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and energy security of India and, of course, countries in the region. Post-war stability in Hormuz, that's one of India's key agenda here. The security in West Asia, very important, safety of seafarers. 3 Indian sailors, of course, not on an Indian flagged ship, but on a merchant vessel. They were targeted, they were killed. India emphatically has raised the point of safety of seafarers. Russian oil. Today is the last day of that exemption that India has. US watching India purchase that discounted Russian oil. The Prime Minister and Government of India are very firm. India moving forward on its energy security and sovereignty. Many niggles or serious issues that impact this relationship. I want to cut across to France and bring in Pranay Upadhyay for more on this. Pranay, we're told barely a half an hour to 35-minute long meeting, a courtesy call or more than a courtesy call where a pull aside where at least both sides will give direction to their respective teams on how this relationship is to be taken forward.
Absolutely. Let me show you this room. The room behind me is the room where President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are likely to meet. We are at the venue of the G7 summit, Royal Évian, and this is the place where both the leaders are likely to meet. In fact, the entire lineup is here. The media from India, media from the United States, and besides the higher officials, including U.S. Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, President Donald Trump's Chief of Staff, Ms. Susie Wiles is here.
Okay, so there is a lot of VVIP movement. Perhaps that's why the signals are dropping there. But, you know, from Howdy Modi to G7 sidelines meeting, look at how the body language has changed. And we'll show you both images. This partnership has weathered changing governments, shifting global situations. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Donald Trump meet once again, the story is not about their personal chemistry, but about a strategic partnership that continues to shape the ties and how much are both sides willing to invest in this relationship.
Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine and he's doing a very good job.
My friend!
a friend of India, a great American president, Mr. Donald Trump.
A warm handshake, a brief conversation, and yet another chapter added to one of the most closely watched personal equations in global politics. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump met on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France, reaffirming a relationship that has shaped India-US ties over the last decade. For nearly a decade, one diplomatic equation has remained remarkably consistent, even when Washington changed governments. Narendra Modi and Donald Trump have now met 9 times across 2 Trump presidencies. From stadium spectacles to White House summits, their camaraderie has often outlasted policy disagreements. The Modi-Trump story began in 2017 at the White House. A first meeting marked by hugs, handshakes, and a clear strategic signal. India was no longer just a regional partner, but a key player in America's Indo-Pacific calculus. What followed was a diplomatic blitz. 9 meetings, multiple summits, and 2 mega-political spectacles. First came Howdy Modi in Houston in 2019, where over 50,000 people watched the two leaders share a stage, turning diplomacy into a stadium event. Months later, Trump returned to attend Ahmedabad's Namaste Trump, where another massive crowd witnessed a partnership increasingly defined by optics and strategy in equal measure. But beyond the photo ops, the relationship delivered tangible outcomes. Defense ties expanded from Predator drones to Apache helicopters and discussions around F-35 fighter jets. Trade remained a point of friction, but both sides kept talking. Counter-terror cooperation deepened. Pakistan found itself repeatedly under scrutiny, and technology, from 5G to AI and nuclear energy, all became the new frontier of engagement. Now the two leaders meet again on the sidelines of the G7 in France. But the meeting comes after 16 months of turbulence in ties between the two countries. From tariff battles and claims of diplomatic intervention to growing tensions in the West Asia. But the message remains familiar. Washington may change administrations, yet New Delhi remains central to America's strategic playbook.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में.
Modi-Trump partnership has often been described as personal diplomacy at its most visible. 9 meetings later, the relationship is no longer just about two leaders. It's about two countries that don't always agree, often negotiate hard, but keep finding reasons to stay in the same room. And in geopolitics, that's often the most important deal of all. Bureau Report, India Today.
Which brings us to a big question of the day. Under Donald Trump, is the India-US relationship becoming more transactional and less strategic partnership? That question we'll seek answers to on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
India Today presents India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. As India's financial landscape evolves at an unprecedented pace, the conversations shaping tomorrow have never been more important. Join the leaders shaping the future of finance. India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. Mumbai, June 18, 2026. Watch live.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance Raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
There are so many unregistered things going on. And we are not secretive, we are working on open ground. We are calling people and telling them about Sangha. This is politics. And all these gimmicks are being tried. Don't do that. We are used to it. After say 10-15 years of starting of Sangha, we had to face all these things. We are used to it. If they don't happen, we feel something is amiss. They want to, in some way, on one side hamper the Sangha work, on side create doubts in the minds of people. But that is no more possible because people know us. They say we are secretive. Our Karyakartas live in all localities. People are daily seeing them. Our shakhas are on open grounds. People are daily seeing them. We have public programs. We have such an enormous outreach in this year.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So all eyes on that meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Donald Trump, their first since the Prime Minister's visit to the United States in February 2025, a relationship that both India and the United States had initially invested a lot in. But subsequently, under President Trump's second regime, the US investment saw more that analysts describe as American bullying. America started bullying India by imposing 25% tariffs on India, then imposing a punitive 25% tariff for buying Russian oil. And even now, there is a threat of Section 301. And 301 section of the Trade Act is about investigation into what America may perceive as practices that they may perceive as wrong, or employment of bonded labor or words to that effect. And then there could be an investigation and additional tariffs being imposed. So will the India-US trade deal be insulated from Section 301 is a big question. And I want to bring in my colleague Rohit Sharma from Washington, D.C. Rohit, while both sides look fairly positive about the relationship now moving forward and being recalibrated, but does Section 301 pose a threat to the trade deal?
Well, I think, that is one of those things that has been under consideration and active discussion. I think our understanding is the fact that that has been discussed internally within India and also with the US counterparts. It's the fact that USTR is traveling to India before giving final touches to the deal, that it would be discussed. The other thing that would also be discussed, Gaurav, is the fact that India needs to also understand what kind of, the investigations would mean for certain products and certain lines, right? And I think that has also been taken into consideration in terms of what other tariffs would be put on other nations that are competing with India in the same export genre. So there has to be some level of understanding before the trade deal can come all together. But yes, India would not be exempt from those 301 investigations. In fact, if we announce a deal with the US, we will honestly make sure that the Americans understand that we get a better deal among all our competitors. And that's something which I know for a fact that has been conveyed to the Americans.
Okay, that's a very interesting point, an important point that you make there, Rohit. Stay with me. I also want to bring into this conversation Dr. Tara Kartha, who's a terrorism and counter-terrorism and security expert, former director of the National Security Council Secretariat. Dr. Kartha, welcome. Sandeep Punithan stays with us on this broadcast. Dr. Tara Kartha, what would you be looking out for when the two heads of state and government meet for the first time in 16 months?
Well, I would hope like hell that there is a difference in terms of their sanctions policies. I mean, they've got sanctions not just on oil, right? It's a question of your human rights, it's a question of labor, it's a question of tariff. It's a bunch of things in which they seem to want to have sanctions. That tendency has to be set aside because that's not the way India can do business with them. I mean, right? I mean, imagine if you're a business head and every other day you don't know what sanctions are going to hit you. How do you work with the American market? That's one. Number two is I'm hoping for a little more clarity on how they stand on this whole Quad business. Are they committed to there's no Indo-Pacific anymore. You're back to the Pacific Command, which is okay. I mean, if that's what you want, that's what works. But what is your position in this area? They're talking of spend more. They're talking of spend 3.5% on defense. Can you spend 3.5% on defense? I don't see us going anywhere there. That's what
And not just from the United States of America. The Prime Minister is very clear on Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. Technology transfer is one of the biggest issues with the United States, isn't it, ma'am?
Absolutely right, Gaurav. And you know that in actual terms, we've had no technology at all. Nothing has been transferred to us. So it's one hopes that things will change. One hopes they will see, just as Israel does, that it makes sense to use India as an export hub. That's much cheaper for you to produce here and export elsewhere, in which case you will get some minimal technology transfer. And let's be clear, nobody gives you technology, but at least there should be some, stepping up in terms of your capability. And number three, I think finally we need to see not this up and down policy, where you're included in the whole, in the technology thing in terms of your artificial intelligence. And the next thing that, the whole, this anthropics thing, you're pushed out, everybody's pushed out. It's just us. So it's very one thing one day, one thing another, which is what we've come to expect.
Predictability in this relationship.
Exactly.
Especially now. Rohit, before I bring in Sandeep, any word from either the White House or the State Department on the points that Prime Minister Narendra Modi raised about trust in international relations, trust seems to be a casualty.
Well, not officially, Gaurav, and I think we probably expect to see some of those comments later after these meetings wrap up. There's going to be a briefing, is what we've been told that President Trump will have. So I think some of those questions could be directly addressed to the president himself, but we really haven't seen anything after the prime minister has made those comments officially or otherwise. And I think, frankly, there's so much going on at the summit right now. We'll have to take some time to get back with these questions and ask for direct comments from the White House or the State Department, but nothing as of yet right now, Gaurav.
Okay. Another very important point is when it comes to India-US defense partnership, Sandeep, while it's moving forward and in the positive direction, there's so much talk about GE404 engines and GE414 engines for the AMCA Mark II, Tejas Mark II and AMCA subsequently. Where are those engines? Where are the engines that were promised in the past? The Tejas the entire program is suffering because the engines are not coming.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And that's a very, very important indigenous jet program which has been held hostage to late deliveries of the GE404 engines. The GE414 is an engine that we have committed to produce in India through transfer of technology. That also remains to be seen whether that's happening. But, till the time these issues aren't resolved, I don't see the rest of the relationship moving forward, Gaurav, especially when it comes to big ticket arms buys. We are not buying very much from the United States, but we are buying a lot from Europe, which is why I said, to use that business jargon, what American investors used with China, that their supply chains, to protect their supply chains, they would look at a China plus one model. And here you have India looking at a United States plus one model, and that plus one is Europe. We're buying enormous amounts of defense hardware from Germany and from France, more than we have ever bought in the last 80 years or so.
True.
These are very critical equipment. Rafale jets, which the Air Force needs, submarines, which the Indian Navy needs from Germany. So these are very important partnerships. There is an expectation that there would be technology transferred in both of these platforms. We don't see that happening with the United States because...
Is this relationship then becoming less strategic? While we may call each other close strategic partners, Dr. Tara Kartha, is it becoming less strategic, more transactional? Point one. And point two, it's not just about Russian oil. India is also looking at additional S-400 systems from Russia. First time we got a CARTSA waiver or procurement waiver because that predated the act. This time, will that be another sore point between the two countries, India buying additional S-400 systems from Russia?
Gaurav, that has been a continuous problem with them. I mean, they've raised it every time we've met, even the US, informally. They create this problem about Russian systems. You're going in for Russian system. We're like, fine. I mean, then how about giving us something like you correctly said? Nothing much has come from them so far. Plus, there is an important point here, Gaurav. Their own military industrial base has slowed down. Their expenditure on their wars that is going to take priority rather than giving others, whatever technology you need. Now, so that is another problem. When you say that's a very important question you've raised, is it a strategic relationship? I am beginning to doubt it. Because when I say strategic, I am saying I need it economic in terms of, in terms of your defense, in terms of your Indian Ocean, in all the areas of my interest, my neighborhood. I need some commonality. That is strategic. And
So the relationship is more transactional than strategic. And the relationship has been through a roller coaster. It's yet to rise once again. The roller coaster seems to be going down because just take a look at this relationship from Namaste Trump to Howdy Modi to the first in-person interaction after 16 months here in France. Very measured diplomatic, body language and tone. They shook hands, no hug, no diplomacy, and both of them seemed rather reserved because is this relationship even going to return on an even keel given the US stance on India? We get you more in this report.
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay?
Tariff, trade deals, and testing times. They were meeting after 16 long months. And all eyes were on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump at the G7 summit. But what unfolded was not quite what many had anticipated. The trademark Modi hug was missing. In its place, a simple, formal handshake. No grand display of dosti, no grand display of personal chemistry. No optics of extraordinary camaraderie. Every gesture measured, every interaction calibrated. Subtle yet significant. Perhaps a message that India's ties with the United States are rooted in strategic interests, not symbolism. Especially after months of difficult conversations over tariff, trade and geopolitical alignments. But there were smiles all around. There were conversations. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood alongside US President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron in the front row of the official G7 leaders' photograph, the image spoke for itself. A visual reminder of India's growing weight in global affairs. The message to the world was clear. Bharat is not present, but is prominent. Before the summit, Prime Minister Modi greeted leaders, engaging comfortably with heads of state and government. But notably, there was no rush towards Donald Trump. No exceptional optics. Just the confidence of a leader representing a nation increasingly comfortable.
So just ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American president's meeting, US President Donald Trump has commented on their working lunch. He wrote, and I quote, "Unlike PM Modi, who's calm, cool, and a total killer, I'm not. Look at him." I want to quickly bring in Rohit into this conversation. Those are those images that are going absolutely viral across the world. Images of President Trump when he came for that family photograph at G7. There was a step. Prime Minister Narendra Modi extended his hand. President Trump took his hand to balance a very symbolic picture too. And then the family picture was taken. Rohit, President Trump's comment, "Unlike PM Modi, who's calm, cool, and a total killer, I'm not. Look at him." That total killer or words to that effect have been used even in the past in one of his podcasts.
I think this is classic President Donald Trump, right? I mean, what he's trying to do is he obviously has heard things about how the relationship has been seen in India through all the quarters. He's heard it firsthand from his ambassador in India. So I think he's basically trying to set the tone for the meeting, saying, look, he has had these outbursts, or his cabinet ministers had said things, and he's sort of acknowledging the fact that all through this turmoil in the relationship, the Prime Minister of India kept his calm, kept his cool, and that's one of the reasons why they can still meet today, and one of the reasons why President Donald Trump appreciates Prime Minister Modi, that he's somebody who's very steadfast in this relationship, very, very sincere in making sure that India and Indians, the point of India is made across without all the shouting or any of those things. So I think classic President Donald Trump acknowledging that he appreciates Prime Minister Modi, his leadership, not the first time he's done that, and setting the tone for the bilat that's probably coming up in like next 10 minutes or so.
Oh, absolutely. And last year's G7, Sandeep, that I was covering in Kanakis in Canada, there was a virtual ambush for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. President Trump didn't stay back in Canada. He invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi to White House, to Washington, D.C. on the way back from Canada before he flew back to India, because Asim Munir was already there. The Prime Minister, calm, cool, total killer, he didn't take that bait. He said, I have another engagement, went to Europe and came back to India.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this flows from the fact that Prime Minister Modi is a serious politician. He's a long-term player. As we just discussed, He's been Prime Minister of India for 12 years. He's got another 3 years in his tenure, at the end of which you would have seen 5 American presidents. Trumps may come and go, Gaurav. Prime Minister Modi has bigger fish to fry. He has a bigger stake in this game than President Trump does. Trump is possibly going to be there for another 6 months, after which you have the midterm elections. 3rd of November is going to be very decisive. And whatever Trump has been doing over the last couple of weeks with Iran, with even that UFC Fight Club thing that he did at the White House for his 80th birthday, all of that is to appear strong for the domestic audience. Now, that is something that Prime Minister Modi doesn't have to do. He does it very effortlessly. He's very cool, he's very calm, and he knows a bullet. He recognizes a bullet when he sees one, Gaurav.
And he's actually a step ahead because Rohit, just look at the situation at that family photograph amongst democratically elected leaders across the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is perhaps the senior most. He's in his 3rd term. So, he's 12 years, longest serving elected, uninterrupted Prime Minister of India. So he's in his 3rd term. Others come, others go, from Barack Obama to Joe Biden to now Donald Trump in his 1st tenure, Donald Trump in his 2nd tenure. Prime Minister has been there throughout.
And that's one of the things that, I think President Trump has acknowledged over the years. He's always called him a strong leader. He said he's a tough negotiator. I think President Trump always acknowledges strong leaders. I think one of the things that we talked about the podcast when he was running for presidency in 2024, he himself talked about Prime Minister Modi, somebody he respects a lot. Yep. So yes, as Sandeep was saying, there's a bigger I think vision that the Prime Minister has. Yes, things have not been right, but there will be the US, there will be US relationship to work with post 2028, and his calm and his coolness. I'm actually surprised that President Trump would do that right now, just before the meeting. This is something he will probably do after the meeting, but he's sort of acknowledging the fact that the US probably hasn't done right by India in a lot of ways. But the fact that Prime Minister Modi was able to hold patiently, waiting for things to work out the way they have, tells you that he respects the Prime Minister. And as President Donald Trump said not too long ago, 3 weeks ago, that he loves people of India and loves Prime Minister Modi and obviously respects him a lot. So a lot, I think, will be said now. I think this meeting, I probably think, will be a good meeting, and a lot would be said after this meeting, or when we have the readouts and another probably Truth Social from the President Donald Trump.
Okay, and for the benefit of our viewers, unlike PM Modi, who's calm, cool, and a total killer, I am not. Look at him. And those images, the world's looking at those images. The Prime Minister also knows, Sandeep, when to engage and when not to. So, for example, not only did he not go to Washington, D.C. after G7 in Canada, he also subsequently did not go for UNGA, did not go for ASEAN. He knew when to engage Trump and when not to engage Trump, so that America would understand India, a country of 1.4 billion people, the fastest growing large economy, is no pushover.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And he avoided President Trump in precisely those months where Trump was looking for validation for that Nobel Peace Prize, which he didn't get last year. Prime Minister Modi stayed away from the way. He was very wary of those ambushes, as you mentioned. And now he's been setting into place in the last 6 months or so this relationship with Europe, which is our backup plan. With the United States is really important. But while we are ironing issues out, the trade deal and all that, they have gone to Europe. India has gone to Europe in a very big way. That is our plan B. And the United States, of course, is our plan A. And so while we are negotiating those trade deals, we are ironing issues out with the US, there is that bigger thing that we were discussing in an earlier session, Gaurav. The fact is that the United States has been treating all its allies this way. It's not just India. It's been doing that to NATO countries. This is possibly the first time in history in the last 80 years that the United States has threatened to invade a NATO country and acquire its territory.
Yep, absolutely. A quick break. In fact, I'm reminded of what Henry Kissinger spoke of being an American friend. He said it's, to be an enemy is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal, except India knows how and when to respond. What would be that response? What emerges from this meeting remains our top story. On the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
ये सब लोग शिवसेना पार्टी के मशाल चिन्ह के ऊपर चुनकर आए हैं। हाँ, उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे ये पार्टी है। मोदी जी के चेहरे पर नहीं या शिंदे जी के चेहरे पर नहीं चुनकर आए हैं। ये उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे जी और बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के चेहरे पर लोगों ने उनको वोट दिया है। अगर कोई बेईमानी करता है तो याद रखिए 15-15 करोड़ कल रात को दिया, पैसा पहुंच गया, ऐसा मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन है। और बाद में चार्टर फ्लैट में बैठे, पहले पैसा हाथ में दे दो, वो पैसा लिया है लोगों ने, और बाद में चार्टर फ्लाइट दिया। नांदेड़ से, पुणे से, 3 जगह से चार्टर फ्लाइट छोड़े।
आप एग्जैक्टली कोट कर सकते हैं कि किसने पैसा?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-powered by Candare Lifestyle Jewelry from Kalyan Company. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Suzlon, good energies that work.
Hello and welcome. You're watching To The Point. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Top focus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting with the US President Donald Trump in France on the sidelines of the G7 summit, and the American president has just taken to social media platform to post a message. I just want to read out that message after the working lunch. The American president said, and I quote, "Unlike PM Modi, who's calm, cool, and a total killer, I am not. Look at him." Unquote. The family picture on your television screen of the G7 summit. very, very significant meeting between the Indian Prime Minister and the American President, the first in 16 months. Will this pave the way on bringing the relationship back on track? Because this relationship, ever since America imposed initial 25% tariffs and then a punitive 25% tariffs, and then their comments on the ceasefire post-Operation Sindoor, and then a number of steps that they took or things that they said have been rather unpalatable in India, and especially very recently the killing of 3 Indian seafarers, of course not on an Indian flagged ship. But when India raised it with the United States of America, the response, Geeta Mohana, Foreign Affairs, Group Foreign Affairs Editor, joins me on this broadcast, Geeta, was rather uncharitable. The way Marco Rubio seemed to indicate that American sanctions or rules need to be followed, it should be UN sanctions, if at all, that need to be followed.
Well, Gaurav, for now, I'm not going to fall for the flattery, because the messaging does not really, it does not align with the kind of signaling and the kind of position that America has taken. Apart from the fact that there has been no regret that has been expressed, forget about an apology, but not even a regret. The fact that just ahead of this meeting, look at the crucial decision that has been taken by the Department of War in the United States of America, calling or rechristening or reverting to the old name of the Pacific Command as US PACOM rather than the Indo-PACOM that it was christened as during President Trump's first term. Very clearly, the message is with regards to how they're looking at China at this point in time. For India, it's a problem area, because India for the longest had called the region Asia-Pacific, as did China. China and Russia continue to call it Asia-Pacific. We moved to calling it Indo-Pacific. And now America is calling the Indo-Pacific Command as Pacific Command again. So I don't know what the messaging over here is. This is all good. This is all great in terms of optics. When it comes to the brass tacks of actually getting things done, and looking at India's concerns, we'll have to wait and see how that really pans out when the two leaders
Good point
meet.
that you raised there, and let me bring in Rohit Sharma, a colleague from Washington, D.C., and Sandeep Unithan also into this conversation. Rohit, sweet words, but not very sweet action on ground in the past 16 months. Is this the confusion that President Trump usually thrives on? Blow hot, blow cold, and then try and extract the maximum he can.
Well, one thing, you could give President Donald Trump is he stays consistent with the praise of the Prime Minister, and that's something that started way back in his first administration, and he's always said that. And as I just said a few minutes ago, that he said he loves the Prime Minister Modi, he loves people of India. And as Geeta pointed out, those could be sweet words, but there has to be actions that also have to follow through. There are things we can look at. We can look at, the relationship getting back on track, especially after Secretary Rubio's visit to India, him emphasizing that this is a strategic partnership that the United States values. We do know for a fact that the institution in Washington, D.C. that believe India is very critical to the success of America in this century. But as Geeta pointed out, we've got to wait and watch as to what happens after this. There's an impending trade deal. Maybe that could be one of those gestures where we could be like, all right, we're back on track again. But still have to wait and watch. But as I said earlier also, Gaurav, I think this is a stepping stone for inviting Prime Minister Modi to a full bilateral in the US later this year.
Fair enough, but that sword of Section 301 of the Trade Act, if that is the sword of Damocles over the Trade Act, of the trade deal between India and the United States of America, how positive would that step be? We'll let experts weigh in on that, but just on what President Trump says, Sandeep, Geeta says flattery, not impressed by flattery. Want to see what is the action on ground. How do you read this?
Well, absolutely. I completely agree with what Geeta said, Gaurav. The fact is that, we must not measure President Donald Trump on words. We must measure him on deeds. What is the kind of action that we're going to see on the ground? So far, it's not been a very happy experience in the last couple of hours, at least. The Indo-PACOM was a very big thing when he announced it in 2018, showing the United States thrust on the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. This was something that China objected to, and very clearly this seems to be something that has been rolled back because of Chinese displeasure. So Trump is trying to make up with the Chinese. What does this mean for Asia, which is dealing with a a resurgent China, one can only hope that this doesn't lead into China grabbing Taiwan, seeing an opportunity there. So there's a lot of things here at play, Gaurav. The fact is that what is occupying President Trump's mind right now is Iran. So India is there, but it's not on top of mind. What is going to happen in Iran is far, far more important. This is going to be the moment that will define President Trump's presidency. Gaurav.
Okay, it indeed will. And clearly the results so far are not very charitable. The response that's coming in from across the world people seem to be having that impression Iran has an upper hand. Ambassadors Ashok Sajjanhar and Ambassador Venu Rajamani join us on this special broadcast. Both very, very distinguished diplomats who've spent considerable time in Europe. Ambassador Rajamani, how would you view President Trump calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi calm, cool, a total killer? That I am not.
I really agree with Geeta. It is not words that count, it is the actions. We must realize what is the moment in India-US relations that occurs right now, and also the global view of the United States as far as its own position and its own standing. So these words are mere diplomatics. President Trump is trying to be nice to Prime Minister Modi, but we must not read too much into that. I would argue that this relationship or this meeting is essentially a holding operation for India. We need to maintain our relationship. We need to convey a strong positive message. We need to make sure that the relationship does not deteriorate. There are still many pitfalls that lie ahead of us. And at the same time, we need to slowly transition to try and pushing the relationship back to the position it was. It is going to take time. There are going to be no immediate results, and we should not be in a hurry to see such results.
Okay. Ambassador Sajjanhar, is that also your reading? This is essentially a holding operation just to ensure that the relationship does not deteriorate any further. Is there an apprehension it may deteriorate further given President Trump's unpredictability?
Yeah, thank you very much, Gaurav, and thank you, Geeta, for having me. No, absolutely. I think with Mr. Trump, you can never say never. Everything is possible. So, there are very many possibilities. When he came into his second term, who could have ever imagined that he will sort of, you would remember and you would recall, all your viewers would recall, that on 1st of January 2018, he had the words he had used about Pakistan, that they have been fooling us. We have given them 33 billions in coalition support fund to fight terror, and they are providing safe havens to the same terrorists. And you look at what he, as the camaraderie and the bonhomie that he has got with the Pakistan, and how he has taken that relationship. So never is a never, but I see many positives, also possibility. And with Geeta in the program that we did today, I did say, I think trade deal is, in that sense, a low-hanging fruit, because everyone says 99% of the deal has been done. Yes. And I feel that 99% of the deal, Gaurav, was done in June, July of 2025. It was lying on Mr. Trump's table, and it continued to lie there because he wanted something more. He wanted to push India more. India was not to be pushed. So I think we have a same deal, similar deal. And so the circumstances have changed very radically over the last 1 year or so. So I think it is in the interest of both the countries, both India and the United States, that we get the trade deal done, dusted, put it behind us, and move forward to other possibilities, of which there are many, and we can discuss those as we go forward.
Right. Pranay Upadhyay is also there on the ground, joining us right now. Pranay, big words. I'm sure, the team in France is quite flattered, but over here, most of the experts are saying that it's not words, it's deeds and the delivery that India is looking at, not just words. But important that it's coming. It almost seems like President Trump is setting the tone and tenor ahead of the talks.
Absolutely, Geeta. In fact, every intent is judged in terms of action. But certainly in diplomacy, words do count. Gestures also does matter. And in fact, President Donald Trump, in last 1.5 day of his interaction or brief meetings with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the sidelines of the G7 meeting, or as part of the G7 process, has shown that he want to reach out, he want to meet, and he's looking forward to have a meeting. And in fact, we have been given to understand that when this proposal came of a possible meeting with between the two leaders, it was readily agreed by either side, by both the sides. And in fact, we are waiting. Behind me is the room where this meeting is likely to take place, and we are waiting outside. Though this is a very scenic setting of Alps, the beautiful city of Évian, but in fact, temperature is very high. Not even in terms of the expectation regarding this meeting, but also in literal terms, temperature is quite high here. And in fact, everyone is waiting. Look, you can see behind me, the cameras are waiting from Indian and US media contingent here, and we are waiting for an indication to enter this room, because what we have been given to understand that both the delegations will arrive first, the leaders will arrive, and then only media will be allowed to get into this room where this big meeting is likely to take place. So a lot of issues to talk about.
You've been speaking to American journalists also who are there. What are their expectations from this meeting, or is their focus entirely on how the Iran situation pans out?
Actually, as far as the US media is concerned, I'm also informally talking to our media friends in the American contingent, and they say that their priority, they want to know more about this US-Iran deal. What exactly is there? What is being reported in media? What President Donald thinks, and there are many questions about the longevity. And just a while ago, in his interaction with Egyptian President Fattah al-Sisi, President Donald Trump himself said that nobody knows that what exactly there in that deal, but it is going to be a very strong deal. And if Iran does not follow the agreement or this understanding of this deal, then we are going to bomb them again. So people want to know more clarification from President Donald Trump, and US media is also
stay with me for a moment. There's breaking news that's coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be interacting. We are told they're trying to find a window. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is seeking a meeting, and the two leaders may meet before the Prime Minister leaves for Paris. They've met on the sidelines of multiple G7 and other engagements even in the past. Prime Minister Narendra Modi even traveled to Ukraine, to Kiev, after he'd met the Russian President Putin in Moscow. The effort was to find middle ground. The effort was to find peace. The big question remains, on the Russia-Ukraine front, where the war seems to be escalating and there are casualties on both sides that are mounting, will there be a road to peace? Pranay, that again is something that Ukraine is talking about, a dialogue with Russia, at the same time pounding Russia, and vice versa.
Absolutely. Gaurav, initially meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was not there in Prime Minister's schedule because of the scheduling issue, because Prime Minister was supposed to fly out but the entire schedule of G7 meeting is running late, and therefore Prime Minister Narendra Modi got time. In fact, his departure from Évian got delayed. This is what we are learning from our sources, and that's why there are indications that Prime Minister Narendra Modi may meet Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And in fact, as you rightly pointed out, this is going to be an important meeting. But also the context of this meeting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting a Ukrainian president, if that meeting happens, on the soil of Europe. And in fact, the entire European Union has their own sensitivity. They are having their sensitivity. In fact, French President Emmanuel Macron, at the onset of this G7 meeting, he had his first meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and that's why, as our important engagement, as well as as our courtesy to our host in France and in European Union, keeping in view the sensitivity and the importance of India-EU interaction, I think this is going to be an important gesture and an important meeting of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Right, Pranay, while you keep an eye on that meeting, keep an eye on what's happening behind you. Hope to get a question in with President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. But on the Zelensky question, if I could go to Sandeep. Sandeep, India holds this unique position when it comes to engaging countries, whether it's Israel, Iran, or for that matter, Russia, Ukraine. Do you think there's a conversation to be had when it comes to having a conversation across the table between Russia and Ukraine? Because President Putin in that conversation at Speed very clearly said he's not interested in meeting with Zelensky.
Right, absolutely, Gaurav. Geeta, you know, the fact is that India is a country which has friends everywhere. We have very few, enemies. We can talk to Iran, Saudi Arabia and Israel at literally the same time. We can talk to Russia and Ukraine at the same time. This is something that we've seen in the not-so-distant past, where Prime Minister Modi has traveled to both the Russian Federation as well as Ukraine. Now, the Ukraine-Russia war is at a very interesting juncture, on the battlefield. Both countries want the fighting to end, but on favorable terms. Now, that is something that, President Trump has been looking at solving. He's tried repeatedly. The Anchorage meeting in Alaska was meant to be one such icebreaker. That unfortunately didn't play out. But who knows, maybe Prime Minister Modi could be the person to take that momentum forward, because the war is in a very debilitating phase right now. Russia is losing soldiers. It's holding on to the Donbass, the territories that it has, but it is doing so at enormous cost of human life. And this is something that has been going on. It'll enter its fifth year, Geeta, just a few months from now. It'll be one of the longest wars that we've seen post the Second World War, Geeta.
Also, the G7 itself is a divided bloc when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, with Trump having taken a very clear side, and that certainly is not the side of Zelensky. But moving back to the Trump-Modi meeting that's going to take place, Ambassador Rajamoni, we were discussing this just a while ago about how the waiver that India got from the United States of America ends today. Do you think that could be one of the important part of the conversation that the two leaders will have, wherein India might want to impress upon America that they are going to continue engaging, not just engaging, but buying Russian oil as also weapon systems, which again, we've got a waiver for a few, but maybe we'd like an engagement or an arrangement where it goes beyond waivers.
I entirely agree with you, Geeta. I think this will be a very important topic that is discussed today, however briefly it may be. The whole meeting might be only for half an hour to 45 minutes, so there is a limit to how many topics that they can cover. But certainly this is an extremely important issue for India, and it will come up in the discussions. What is unknown and uncertain is, however, President Trump's own attitude. From the news reports coming out of G7, what we hear is that he is now more inclined to join the Europeans in imposing fresh sanctions on Russia. And if that is indeed his state of mind, would he be inclined to give a special waiver for India to continue that special waiver in some manner is a question we do not have an answer to yet. In fact, you mentioned the meeting with Zelensky. Here again, what Zelensky is probably going to ask Prime Minister Modi, as he has done in the past, is that India stop buying oil from Russia, a demand which will be impossible for Prime Minister Modi to accept under the circumstances. He could also ask Prime Minister Modi to push Russia to come onto the negotiating table and to arrive at a deal to end the war. Here again, India has been very reluctant to be proactive, to take the initiative in these matters. If our position has been, if Russia asks us, if Ukraine asks us, there is a useful role to play, we will play a role. So it is indeed a very delicate situation at which we are poised now. This meeting may not bring about any final result on this question, but certainly this is a topic which will be discussed. And we do not know what President Trump's mind really is on the matter.
If India were to say and bring out facts, Ambassador Sajjanhar, the Russia-Ukraine war is not of our making. If there are sanctions, they should be UN sanctions, voted UN sanctions, and not either US or Europe, and that it is in India's national interest to buy oil and to buy the S-400 systems or other military hardware. Would that put India, would India be then working at cross purposes both with Europe and with the United States?
Gaurav, the way I look at it as far as this bilateral is concerned, that there is no need for us to be confrontational with the United States, particularly on an issue of this nature. And also, when we are talking about buying oil and buying arms, if the matter is raised by the United States, by Mr. Trump, then of course we can respond in an appropriate manner. I don't think there is any need for India, for us,
to suo moto raise this issue. Because, we have always maintained, whatever might be the facts on the ground, we have always maintained that we will buy oil according to the, international global circumstances, situation, pricing, availability, etc., etc. We have never conceded that, we are waiting for waivers from the United States, etc., even after 50% of tariff was imposed on us on 8th of August last year. We continue to buy oil. At that time, it was maybe 40%.
But Ambassador Sajjanhar, it was within the waiver. It was within the waiver. We did recognize American sanctions and honored them to an extent. We have always argued that we only accept UN sanctions, but it's only on American sanctions that we've actually sought waivers. CATSA is a waiver for India, whether it's Chabahar or, for that matter, Russian oil, Russian weapon systems.
Geeta, when it comes to Iran, okay, because in Iran 2018, what the Americans said, don't buy oil from there. We were purchasing about 12% of our requirements of oil were from Iran. We stopped buying it. But our relationship with Russia is of an entirely different texture. It's in an entirely different nature. So, we continue to buy oil from there. CATSA came. But we did not relent. We continue to buy the S-400. We continue to buy the the equipment from Russia. So Russia is a different account as far as we are concerned, a different type of relationship. And while on the others, and basically it is also that it is the private companies which don't want to sort of fall foul of the United States if they are violating the sanctions. So they would not like to do anything, for instance, as far as Chabahar is concerned, as you mentioned, because it is all the development work as far as Chabahar, hinterland, the port, the jetty, etc. is concerned. That really takes place as by the private companies and Indian private companies. And I would mention that, we wanted 4 specialized cranes to come from Italy. We wanted to import them from Italy, and they would not send it because they thought that they would be violating some way the sanctions that have been imposed by Mr. Trump, by the United States. So it is the private companies, their own considerations, their own engagement with the United States which might suffer. If you permit, Gaurav, just one sentence, because I didn't weigh in on this comment of, what Mr. Trump has said, that Mr. Modi is very cool and so on and so forth. I agree with what Geeta has said. It is words don't matter, it is actions matter. But many a times, I think we would have noticed in the past that Mr. Trump's comments sound very insincere. They sound very patronizing when he sort of, makes these comments. It doesn't appear as if he's sort of, giving a genuine compliment. Giving a genuine compliment, there is something else. It is something different. But, he would make sort of such casual remarks and such casual comments, which at times I have personally found rather grating, rather than sort of, get flattered about what he has said. I don't know, how he made the comments today. I'll really have to wait and see, but this is how I feel about
that's very interesting. You should point that out. And on the more substantive point, India would want to continue buying military hardware from Russia. It's held us in great stead, even during Operation Sindoor, Sandeep. The S-400 system, which America tried to dissuade India from buying, India was able to shoot a Pakistani airborne early warning aircraft some 320 kilometers deep inside Pakistan. So whether it's the BrahMos, the S-400 and a number of other military systems, India would want to continue buying from Russia, which America may not like.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And here's the thing. The United States opposed the sale of the S-400 to India for the reason that they wanted to sell India the F-35. And they've had this problem with other countries in the past, especially Turkey, where they did not want the S-400 and the F-35 to be operated in the same country, because that would enable the S-400 to pick up the radar signatures of the F-35. And the Americans believe that that would have opened up vulnerabilities in the F-35, which is one of their most frontline, fighter aircraft, 5th generation fighter aircraft, which it makes for itself and for its allies. So that is, of course, the commercial part of it. But otherwise, the United States has been trying to get India away from Russian hardware. Not just the United States,
Right.
the West as well has been trying to dissuade us from buying Russian equipment. But Gaurav, as we've discussed in the past, but for Russian BrahMos missiles jointly produced with India and the S-400 surface-to-air missiles, you know, the outcomes of Operation Sindoor are debatable because the kind of blows that we were able to inflict on Pakistan in a very short span of time, just 88 hours, were largely due to very far-sighted decisions that India took. The first one in the late 1990s and the second one under Prime Minister Modi a decade ago to buy the S-400 missile system. And we are buying more of those, Gaurav.
Right. Sandeep, there's some more news coming in. It's just moments from now that the big-ticket bilateral meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to begin. All eyes on that meeting, Gaurav. It's going to be a very important one. Like Pranay was just showing us, it's an outdoor setting, so a very scenic outdoor setting where the two leaders are going to meet. And in moments from now, they're going to walk into that space and hold that bilateral meeting. 45 minutes is what's slotted. But knowing the two leaders, and in the past, they've never stuck to time. So let's see whether it's going to extend beyond 45 minutes or not, although both the leaders are running a little behind schedule. Prime Minister's departure has been delayed, and therefore, in the time that he had between the meeting with President Trump and his earlier meeting, he also was likely to meet President Zelensky. We do not really know or have a confirmation on whether that meeting has taken place or not. But moments from now, you'll be seeing the two leaders come in one space and have a conversation after February 2025. This would be the first meeting between the two leaders.
And since we were mentioning Operation Sindoor, the first meeting after Operation Sindoor 2, every gesture, every step, every smile, every conversation that the two have, that information that comes out in public domain, Ambassador Rajamani, will be debated, discussed threadbare. But the relationship actually started going downhill after the punitive tariff for buying Russian oil, Operation Sindoor, where President Trump said he'd brokered a ceasefire. India said he had no role to play. Do you see on any of these aspects the relationship come on an even keel, that threat of Section 301? Even if there's a trade deal, if America wants, it can impose additional tariffs and investigate certain companies or production in India?
As I said earlier, we should not be over-enthusiastic about big results coming out of this meeting. It is a holding operation. We should be happy if we manage to maintain the relationship and slowly make some incremental progress towards bringing things back to normalcy. You were mentioning Operation Sindoor. An issue such as that is very fundamental. The difference between US and India. We are not going to change our position, nor is President Trump going to change his position. And consequently, we have also seen how close Pakistan and Pakistani leadership, the favorite general of President Trump, they have all come close to him. So these are certain realities we have to keep in mind. They are not going to change overnight. Pakistan has scored itself brownie points by playing the mediator's role between US and Iran, by having brokered the deal, by having had Islamabad host discussions between the two sides, the first direct discussions in a very, very long time. So all these are realities which are not going to change, and they will remain in the back of the mind of President Trump for sure, and even Prime Minister Modi.
Well, that's a very important point, Sandeep. If I could come to you, Pakistan, the Pak factor is going to be very important because it has changed dynamics, engagement between DC and New Delhi in a way that we've not seen in the past. We do not like to hyphenate, but there has been a certain hyphenation that now we see between India and Pakistan that is America created, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Geeta. And we've seen that in the past as well. When there is a dictator or a strongman that emerges in Pakistan, he looks for opportunities to engage with the United States. We've seen that in the 70s with Ziaul Haq and the invasion of Afghanistan. We saw that in after 9/11 with Musharraf. We didn't see that with at least three other strongmen military chiefs, but now we see it with Field Marshal Asim Munir, and he has tried to make himself useful to the United States. He's been playing the United States, China, all of these countries to try and get the best bargain for Pakistan. It remains to be seen if he can live up to his promises, Geeta. So primarily this is something of Pakistan being the useful idiot, if you can say, for the interests of the United States in this part of the world.
Okay.
Okay. So the White House YouTube page has now put out this. So in a short while from now, the White House YouTube channel is going to go live with the visuals of the two leaders coming together and holding that meeting. The Ministry of External Affairs also has put out its own link and will go live with the same visuals, Gaurav. So everybody is actually looking at what are we looking at and what will we be looking at when the leaders meet? Body language, of course, but we've been seeing it since yesterday and it's been warm, but also very cautious. No hugs, only handshakes, but during the family photo, the extended family photo, so to say, because it's G7+, he did extend his hand, Prime Minister Modi, to help President Trump come onto the podium. So clearly, they have been placed together, they sat together, the placing is quite right. I suppose European leaders also would have wanted that distance from President Trump. Having said that, each and every aspect of this meeting will be looked into, whether it's body language or the substance of the meeting.
The substance of the meeting is key point, Ambassador Sajjanhar. The way the two meet, the way the two greet, their conversations, how long that conversation lasts and what emerges from that conversation, especially on the trade deal, is that something that India would want a key focus on? Or on things like Chabahar, oil from Iran, open Strait of Hormuz. Those are some of the issues that India would be focusing on.
Yeah, Gaurav, yes, you're right. I think trade deal, in my view, would be on the top of the agenda. And that is something, because that has been hanging fire for a long time. And that has been sullying the waters, mudding the waters for quite some time. So we would definitely like to get it out of the way so that you can move forward on that. But while speaking about that, definitely, 301 and Special 301 and Super 301, we definitely need to have an agreement with the United States that these will be out of the way. Because otherwise, if you are imposing tariffs, and, I have been in Washington and I know how these investigations are conducted by the U.S. Department of Commerce and the USTR, how they go about it. So, it is, you can manufacture anything. So the trade deal is not worth the paper that it is written on if you have this Damocles sword of 301 hanging over your head. So I think that will be maybe at the level of the experts, because Jamieson Greer is going to be in Delhi, 23rd, 24th, another week or so. And so that is something that we will have to get an understanding from there. I think the second will be, Chabahar or Iranian oil, etc., etc. I don't think that is something that, we will bring it up at that particular level. I think it will be an understanding on the Strait of Hormuz as to what is happening there, that it is completely open for shipping, because that is something that is very critical and crucial, not only for India, but for everyone concerned. And then, of course, his views on the Indo-Pacific. We have been speaking about it just now, change of Indo-Pacific Command to just PACOM. And so those sort of things, and his visit to China. So what are his, thoughts as far as the Quad is concerned, as far as security and stability and
That's right.
Maritime domain awareness, all these things, freedom of navigation, all these things.
Artificial intelligence, technology.
But during the outreach session, Gaurav, Prime Minister Modi spoke about most of the things.
Yes.
In fact, he was so strong, he came out so strong on the issue of countries changing international rules-based order, of trust deficit, of the fact that seafarers need to be protected. How much of it do you think Ambassador Rajamouni would actually reflect in the conversations that he has directly with President Trump? Because it did not go unnoticed that the messaging was not for the people around the table, but particularly it was for President Trump.
It is standard practice in diplomacy to make such statements in a public forum, and you don't really need to repeat it in your private conversation. What has been said on record. The intended target of those remarks knows it was meant for them. They would have taken note of it. But I don't think that will immediately inform the private conversation. The private conversation will be focused on re-establishing that our relationship is as good as it has always been. If at all there have been bumps on the road, these are things which can be overcome, that we need to talk more, we need to come closer together. India would be looking for a reiteration that it continues to be an extremely important strategic partner, and that the relationship with India would go beyond mere transactionalism or reciprocity, as the ambassador of the US had put it. He said all relationships are going to be based on reciprocity, but we will be looking for something more. And as far as the US is concerned, I think they realize India is a very important actor on the world stage, and they want to have India on their side when they deal with various issues. But in recent times, we have had differences on a number of issues, and those are not.
It's almost as if President Trump says something, he means something else, he does something completely different, and then you don't know how to judge his words and his actions. And it's not just about the tariffs. The Prime Minister, he did not go for ASEAN. He did not travel to meet President Trump when he invited him after Caracas G7 in Canada, because there was an ambush. One doesn't know, as the Prime Minister also mentioned, the trust deficit, Ambassador Sajanhar. There's so much trust deficit that you wouldn't know what to do next, what to expect next. It's almost like, you're a boxer in the ring and you don't know where the next punch will come from. Trump will say something and he means something else completely.
No, you're very right. So I think you have to think ahead of, you have to be up on the curve as Mr. Trump is going. You're very right, that the Prime Minister was able to see through his invitation, on the 17th of June last year, when he was there actually just exactly about a year ago, when he was in Kananaskis in Canada. And he invited him because he wanted to display Asim Munir on one side and Prime Minister Modi on the other. And he saw through this. And so I think you're very right that, you have to be, maybe as it is said, that you have to take Trump seriously, but you don't have to take him literally. So you have to see, what is between the lines, that what he is saying, but also watch his actions, because they will speak louder than words. And that is very important.
Okay, it's still a while that the meeting is to begin. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back to you with the big meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. Stay tuned.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
The action never stops, and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
And we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories. We're building everything. And Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that, jobs. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you. मुझे आपके साथ बात करना पसंद है। राष्ट्रपति जी, आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे। उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है, नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल करके आगे चल रहे हैं।
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you here in Évian. We had an extremely productive meeting in Washington last year, and since then we have given new speed and new energy to our relations, and we are working together on a number of areas.
और हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारी दोनों टीमें भी मिलजुल करके हमने जो टारगेट तय किए उसको पूरा करने के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रहे हैं और हम बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
And we are also happy that our teams have also been working in close coordination and engagement, and they have been working towards achievement of the targets that we had set for ourselves last year.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Mr. President, I commend you for your leadership on the progress that has been made in the efforts to restore peace in West Asia.
आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी।
Thanks to your efforts, Mr. President, new hope for peace and stability in the region has been rekindled, and I'm confident that this will lead to a long-standing peace in the region.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है।
Mr. President, you and I agree that keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is vital for the global economy.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए।
India has consistently emphasized the importance of ensuring freedom of navigation, and we should work together and place a particular emphasis on that.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सीफेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
Mr. President, you are aware across the world, Indian seafarers in hundreds of thousands are working and they're performing their duties across global maritime trade routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, and their safety is of utmost importance to us.
एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी।
Mr. President, you made tremendous efforts towards reaching this understanding and this agreement, and I'm confident that the issue of seafarers will receive the highest priority during the implementation of this agreement.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Mr. President, once again, I deeply appreciate and I deeply commend your efforts in ensuring the restoration of peace and making efforts towards restoration of peace and stability in West Asia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. We just heard the Prime Minister praise your efforts, the peace efforts in the Middle
Thank
East.
you.
Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Iran deal over to securing an end to the war in Ukraine? And can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky here at the G7?
Well, I had very good talks with President Zelensky and with President Putin, and we'd like to see that one end. I ended 8 wars, and to be honest with you, I thought this would have been one of the easier ones, but they're not liking each other too much, and that makes it much more difficult. But we're working. I had 2 good conversations with President Zelensky and with President Putin.
Will you let them build U.S. missiles or manufacture missiles, American missiles?
They would like to be able to do that. We'll take a look at it. They have asked about it. Steve?
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful-looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
President Trump, when will you go to India and how do you see Quad as well? This is a grouping that was started under your first term, and this is a grouping that all the 4 countries are looking forward to.
Well, we had a great visit last time in India. We opened up that new stadium, and I think there were 300,000-400,000 people. It seated like about 150,000, and there were 250,000 outside, and there were 100,000 on the grass. That was, I don't know if that record's ever been broken, but I had a great time in India.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia? I'm Siddhant from
Say it.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia?
Yeah, I do. I think India plays a big role in everything. As long as he's the leader, India's going to play a big role.
That India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House. And I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man. Tremendous.
Are there going to be sanctions that are going to be reimposed on Russia now that the focus has once again been shifted to the Ukraine-Russia war?
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
What is Mr. President hear from European or G7 leaders?
They were to a leader, and we had G7 plus many others came, as you know. To a leader, they were thrilled. They could not have been happier. Well, this gentleman came, and that's a big get. He came, and they cannot even believe that it happened. It happened quickly. But it really didn't happen quickly. It's been happening for a long time. It's been happening from my first term, when a very evil man named Soleimani was killed. That's when it started. And nobody else did this but Trump. You know, you look at our president, 47 years, Iran took advantage of the world, the Middle East, but the world. Nobody did anything. The Obama deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. My deal is a wall to a nuclear. You're not going to have it. It's a wall to a nuclear weapon.
On minesweepers, do you want the Europeans to send minesweeper boats? Did you talk about
We don't need them, but if they want to send them, I think it's good.
Has anyone committed to helping out?
Yes, all of them. All of them.
Which nations?
The ones that have that kind of equipment have. But every one of them have committed to being involved in some form.
And at this point, do you feel that Vladimir Putin is more responsible for the ongoing conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to comment on that because I'm trying to get it settled, and that doesn't make it easy.
Mr. President, you're on the cusp of making history with the possible peace in the Iran conflict.
I like this guy. Who is he? Do you know who that is? Your reporters are much nicer than my reporters. Go ahead.
But there is also a tragic loss of lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
How long do you expect Bill Pulte to be acting DNI?
Well, as long as it takes to get everybody else approved. I mean, they were doing a rush act, and we didn't get anything for it. Look, he's a very legitimate guy. He's very smart. He's a brilliant guy. Look at the job he did at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. I mean, it's worth probably $1 trillion right now. So we put him there, but all of a sudden it was like a rush act by the Democrats. And they said they were going to approve FISA. And I said, but we want FISA approved, but we want the Save America Act approved. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, with exceptions, like for the military, sick, you're traveling, disabled. Very, open and generous. We also want no men playing in women's sports, and we want no transgender mutilization of our children. None. Those are 5 things that are 99% that's all we want. It's not a lot. The Save America Act. And that can be passed any way they want to pass it, but I'm not going to sign FISA unless it's done. And this was like a rush act. And it was a rush act by the Democrats. All of a sudden they want to get... And why are they afraid of this guy? I mean, they're so afraid of him, they'll do anything not to have Pulte go in there. He's a very capable guy, and they're worried about that.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am, please.
You said the Iran deal, the text is still being finalized. How confident are you that this Friday signing will happen?
You talking about this one, on the deal? Deals are amazing. I've done them all my life. I've gone into deals that were 100% and they don't happen. I've gone into deals that there was no chance of getting them done, and it happens, and they happen easily. So you never know with deals, do you? But you're going to find out pretty soon. I think it'll be done. They want to sign. They want to get back to a normal life. We hit them very hard. Don't forget, people talk about when this started. This didn't start 3-4 months ago. This started years ago when I took out Soleimani. That was a big event. There are those that say it was the biggest event in the Middle East in 50 years. So we took him out, and they became a much different country. And then I terminated the JCPOA, that's Barack Hussein Obama's horrible deal, that gave them a nuclear weapon. And I terminated it, and I stopped it. And then I stopped it a second time with the B-2 bombers. And these are all major events in the history of the world, in my opinion, because it prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. And now we're going to do it again, and we're going to see how it works out. So this is a memorandum of understanding, but it's a very strong one. This isn't just like a 2-paragraph. This is a long, pretty detailed memorandum that goes into a regular contract. I would think they would do it. If they don't, then that's okay. We'll have to start the process again. And we don't lose. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest blockade. The naval blockade was 100% effective. And again, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, all bombed out. I don't want to say the leaders, but first level of leader, gone. Second level of leaders, gone. Some of the third level of leaders, gone. And They want to make a deal. They are so ready to make a deal. Yeah. But you know what?
President Trump said the defense relationship between India and the United States. Sorry, I'm speaking, I won't.
That's okay.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them.
And how are trade negotiations going?
How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help. And we have, and I will say this, and everybody says it. I had a great meeting 3 weeks ago with President Xi of China. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and I built it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term, and they gave some of it away stupidly in Afghanistan, as you know, and they spent a lot on Ukraine, $350 billion, but we have the most powerful military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, which was 48, think of it, 48 minutes, and now our relationship with Venezuela is great. We've paid for the cost of the war 40 times, taking millions of barrels out. Venezuela is benefiting. We're benefiting. Venezuela is benefiting. And then we go to Iran. And really, in the first week, militarily, we defeated Iran. Nobody thought that could be done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you want Israel to halt its military campaign?
No, I want Israel to be able to protect himself, but I do want them to use good judgment.
President Trump, we expect a highly skilled Indian professional to be getting more opportunities in the United States under your presidency.
What does that mean? What?
Well, highly skilled professionals to get more opportunities here in the US.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, always.
Yeah.
We've always had tremendous relationships in terms of employment with India. Very talented people.
We've seen European leaders interact very warmly with you at the summit. Do you think that they're coming around to your worldview?
Well, I think they think I was right. I'm sort of always right. You know, when you get right down to it, I think they think I was right. They feel good. Now all of a sudden they all want to be involved. There's no reason to have them because it's pretty much over. But they all want to be involved. He'd be involved if I wanted, but we don't want to waste his time or his people. No, the European leaders, the meeting we had today was just the leaders. I don't even say the European, the leaders that we had met with. In addition to the 7, we had quite a few come in. They all were willing to get involved. Thank you. Thank you very much. We had a great meeting on AI. We had all the top people here, and it was a great meeting. And as you know, we're building tremendous numbers of plants, but AI, we're building the biggest in the world. We're #1 in AI by a lot, and it was a very productive
How's it going with the negotiations with Anthropic?
He was here. Going fine. I think it's going fine.
How do you see energy cooperation? India is diversifying, buying more energy from across the world, including United States, and it's enhanceable from beyond. How do you see India buying energy from you?
India can do anything they want with us. We have the best relationship. We cannot be closer than we are. Would you say that, sir? I don't think we can be any closer. Both him and I and our nations, but it really starts with the two of us. We cannot be closer. Thank you very much.
Statement from the US President. President Trump says India and the United States could not be closer. He spoke of his personal rapport and relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who he described as a personal friend and a tough negotiator. He repeatedly complimented Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but we'll play this entire conversation out. Key takeaways from this conversation. President Trump claims India and US very close relationship. when a question was put to him about defense ties, remember there is no defense agreement or a pact between India and the United States. But he said words to the effect, if India ever needs our help, we are there to protect India. Not that India needs America's protection, but
No, but he also added, Gaurav, he said that only if Modi is the leader. If Modi is the leader, if there's someone else, that would not be the case. But if Modi is the leader and India is attacked, America will come to help.
Yep. Very interesting points. Prime Minister Narendra Modi raised the issue of safety of seafarers. And he said that when it comes to global economy and seafarers, you have hundreds and thousands of Indians, 300,000 Indians plus across the world, part of the maritime economy, and their safety is very essential. Of course, a question was put to President Trump, Geeta, on the issue of the 3 sailors being killed, and he said he's aware of it.
That's right.
Did not see condolences.
Did not. But nonetheless, the fact is that they've set the tone and tenor. This is not coming from a place of negativity, because he just kept saying that we could not be closer, that we are very close, that this is a very important relationship, re-emphasizing that. So I suppose now the leaders are meeting and are going to sit for the next 45 minutes. It's going to be crucial because the tone and tenor of the meeting has already been set. It does seem like President Trump is on an agenda to set or reset many of the areas where it looked like ties have been derailed. Talks certainly derailed, but we've seen a positive momentum when it comes to India-US relations and conversations in the recent past. And again, we see what they do when it comes to action, where we've seen the Indo-Pac now being called Pacific Command yet again.
So an
that question was not, that question was not posed, though, Gaurav. Would have been interesting to hear from the President as to what he has to say on this change or a reversal of the name. But this is something that he anyway wanted and did not want to continue with the term Indo-Pacific. Having said that, the entire statement, which will be playing out right now for you, clearly shows that the two leaders are intent in ensuring that both sides come out with a positive outcome. This is the first meeting after February 2025. So a very important one. A lot has happened between February 2025 and now. Yes. And everybody was wondering whether if the seafarers issue will be raised by by Prime Minister Modi or not, and that certainly happened. So questions, conversations, a lot of focus that Prime Minister Modi gave to the Strait of Hormuz. Certainly, energy security is going to be a very important part of the conversation. Listen in to the conversation that the two leaders had with the media, and then we'll come back and open up the conversation with our guests.
राष्ट्रपति जी, आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे। उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है, नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल करके आगे चल रहे हैं।
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you here in Évian. We had an extremely productive meeting in Washington last year, and since then we have given new speed and new energy to our relations, and we are working together on a number of areas.
और हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारी दोनों टीमें भी मिलजुल करके हमने जो टारगेट तय किए उसको पूरा करने के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रहे हैं और हम बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
And we are also happy that our teams have also been working in close coordination and engagement, and they have been working towards achievement of the targets that we had set for ourselves last year.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Mr. President, I commend you for your leadership on the progress that has been made in the efforts to restore peace in West Asia.
आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी।
Thanks to your efforts, Mr. President, new hope for peace and stability in the region has been rekindled, and I'm confident that this will lead to a long-standing peace in the region.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है।
Mr. President, you and I agree that keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is vital for the global economy.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए.
India has consistently emphasized the.
So the focus remained entirely on bringing the relationship on an even keel back on track. This meeting, an icebreaker of sorts. Let's quickly bring in Pranay Upadhyay, who joins us from France, into this conversation. Pranay, key takeaways. The Prime Minister raised the issue of seafarers, the killing of seafarers. He raised the issue of peace in West Asia and the efforts that were being made to bring peace in West Asia. And of course, the trade deal, effort to bring the trade deal to a logical conclusion, working with speed towards that.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi very emphatically raised the issue of the seafarers, the West Asia crisis, and how it is causing a lot of concern among the larger seafarer community of India, which is actually the backbone of the maritime trade. And in fact, Prime Minister said that, whatever deal is being worked out between Iran and United States, whatever peace formula President Donald Trump has envisaged for the West Asia, the safety and security and well-being of the seafaring community need to be ensured. There, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also appreciated President Donald Trump and his effort about resolving the West Asia crisis. But when India Today asked President Donald Trump that, you say that India has a great friend in White House till the time he's president, but certain decisions of Trump administration has caused a lot of concern, a lot of pain in India. How do you want to assure the people of India and the India's leadership? To which President Donald Trump responded that I want to reiterate my commitment about this friendship. I consider Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a great friend of mine. And in fact, I have a great regard for people of India. And in fact, this is my commitment to this relationship.
Right. Pranay, we will be playing out that question and answer. You asked a very important question to President Trump, and we'll be playing that out in a while from now. But what is important over here is the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi took this opportunity to raise the issue of seafarers' security at a time when we see a lot of conversation and a lot of debate over Indian sailors having been killed in action in the active conflict zone off the coast of Oman. But more importantly, over here, the fact that Rubio's reaction and response to Jaishankar did not really go down well with many Indians here. And now Prime Minister Modi raising it at the highest level with President Trump.
Perhaps a joint statement. Geeta, if you see the statement of President...
Go ahead, Pranay.
Yeah, Geeta, I was saying that President Donald Trump, in fact, he deplored, he kind of regretted the action and the sufferings of Indian seafarers, the losses suffered by India in terms of the loss of 3 lives. So this is a big statement coming from the U.S. presidency. Forget about what Marco Rubio said, but now his boss, U.S. President Donald Trump, has said, and while sitting close to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at a time when Prime Minister Modi raised this issue very emphatically, President Donald Trump also kind of agreed, and he said that that was unfortunate that 3 of the Indian sailors lost their life. That is certainly a big indication from the U.S. leadership, and this should be seen as a positive indication from the U.S. presidency and from the U.S. leadership if they are cognizant about India's loss, about India's sensitivities.
Okay, we have Jason Isaacson, Chief Policy and Political Affairs Officer, analyst of U.S. Political and Strategic Affairs, joining us on this broadcast. We have Alexander Slater, former Managing Director of the U.S.-India Business Council, joining us. Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, former Ambassador of India to Germany, joining us. Sandeep Punithan stays with us on this broadcast. But let's discuss this threadbare, each and every statement made by the Prime Minister and the American President. And Jason Isaacson, do you see this as an effort from both sides to bring the relationship back on track? And is this an icebreaker of sorts?
Yeah, of course. And it's about time, because the relationship, which was on a very positive trajectory, frankly, for decades, clearly went off track over the last year. On the immigration issue, on the tariff issue, on various insults, on the warming up to terrorist-supporting country on your north. The fact that the president recognizes that it was important to get this relationship back on a very solid footing was really significant. And frankly, the gracious response of the Prime Minister was very important.
Okay. If I could bring Sushant Sareen in as well. Sushant, very positive note when it comes to the conversations that we heard. President Trump saying that if Modi remains the leader and India is ever attacked, he will come to help if India needs it, although India does not really need it, but if India needs it. Having said that, he also mentioned the 8 wars. He also continues to maintain that he brokered peace between India and Pakistan during Operation Sindoor.
So these are quite
yes, we have that problem with our president, but he feels very strongly that he made peace between India and Pakistan. And whatever the facts are, it's important that we recognize that that's his reality.
Okay. Sushant, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, the problem is that Donald Trump lives in an alternate reality, and that's not necessarily the reality of the world, really. So he thinks that he has won the war in Iran, when very clearly it's almost like Germany signing the Treaty of Versailles against, the other powers. That's what is the status of America, because they seem to have conceded everything. So that's Donald Trump. But frankly, I am a little skeptical about whether the relationship is going to be back on an even keel, in a sense that the relationship is not totally shot down. There is an economic dimension which remains, although Donald Trump has tried his best to destroy the economic relationship as well, with tariffs and with all kinds of other measures that he has taken. I think the strategic aspect is very, very questionable now. We've seen one indication of that with simple name change from Indo-PACOM, which Indo-PACOM actually signified the importance of India in that entire strategy, but that has gone, and I think we are better off for it, because we don't want to become America's agents for doing things. We should have our own agency. But I think the strategic relationship has also taken a hit, because there is now a lot more distrust and mistrust of the United States and its intentions, and the fact that the US does not want a partnership. What it wants is the client status for other countries. The Europeans are very ready to concede that client status, although I think there's some stirrings in Europe as well. I'm not quite sure how well that client status will sell in India. So I think we really need to re-examine the strategic dimensions of this relationship.
Stay with me for a moment, Sushant. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay put that question to President Trump, because there is tremendous anger in India, the manner in which America has treated India in the past 1 year. Listen into his question and the president's answer.
Trump, you said many a times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India, the leader of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House, and I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man.
Trump, you said many a times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India, the leader of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House, and I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man.
Trump, you said many a times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India, the leader of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House, and I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man.
as long as I am in the White House, you have a friend here. Is that actually the case, especially given the roller coaster ride this relationship has seen in the past 16 months? Alexander Slater, also with us on this broadcast, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, former ambassador to Germany, with us. Ambassador, do you look at this as, Trump being a friend of India in the White House, given his actions in the past 16 months?
Thank you. So I think today's meeting needs to be separated from what actions will ensue or have ensued. It was an upbeat meeting between the two leaders, each praising the other for whatever they do. Secondly, I think President Trump made it clear that love is never having to say you are sorry. So I think that was very clear. No sorry, but I love you, I love you, I love you. I think that's where you are. Now, if you look at this meeting, it seems to be setting the bilateral relationship back on track. However, what will happen behind closed doors, and as Mr. Sareen pointed out, what will happen subsequently in the relationship, there is no guarantee that what has been said from the White House before will not be said again, or what Truth Social has said will not be done again, and what claims were made against India will not be claimed again. There's no guarantee. But the mood of this meeting is upbeat. President Trump at no instance turned his back on Prime Minister Modi like he did with Zelensky. At no time did Prime Minister Modi wag a finger at President Trump like Meloni did. So I think they have both played out a script which is to show that we are on even keel. I understand that the keel is not even, but then that is because there is no hug. That is evidence of that. But then there's not much mutual oral backslapping, which is a new thing to an extent. I think they went beyond what has been said in the past. Now, if you look at the relationship, I think you're right. The strategic cleavage is not likely to be repaired. I don't think domestic American opinion is going to come back on issues which are of interest to India and Indians. So therefore, these are contradictions which are getting frozen in time and will cause pain to the relationship unless we revalidate. He said good things about the Hormuz Strait and about nodding his head about the rule of law in the oceans. He also nodded his head about, the defense relationship, taking it beyond, saying, so long as Prime Minister is there, I will always come to support him. But I think issues like trade, critical minerals, supply chains, protection is not out in the open. That will probably be discussed in the closed door meeting, and we won't hear of it.
Right. Apart from the regional and global issues, the bilateral that really matters. And in that, Alexander Slater, if I could bring you in, trade talks and conversations on the trade front is something that's really important. India and America have had a very difficult time in the past few months. Do you think, this is not a structured meeting, but do you think there'll be some forward movement when it comes to trade between India and the US in this conversation that the two leaders are having?
My expectation is that the trade issue will certainly come up between the two leaders. It just seems that it's a difficult time right now for either one to announce progress on that front. I know recently the President of the United States has announced that the investigation into forced labor practices abroad, which he's using to level additional tariffs on countries, has included India in its remit, and therefore he seems to be in a position to add pressure to India in that area. And of course, the challenges that have happened in the Strait of Hormuz over the last week with the deaths, the tragic deaths of multiple Indian sailors, has made it difficult for Prime Minister Modi to look like he's making any concessions to the president at this time. And so I think on the trade front, while they're likely to discuss it, I'm not confident that there'll be any significant movement in the near future.
You don't think there'll be movement on the trade front in the near future? Because Sandeep, in India, Now they don't go by what President Trump says, they go by what is the action on ground. And if the action on ground is not positive, for example, on the trade front, then this relationship is going nowhere.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And while this meeting is significant, it's an icebreaker. As they say, a week is a long time in geopolitics. 64 weeks, which is the time that Prime Minister Modi and President Trump haven't met, is an eternity. So it's really important. This meeting really sets the pace for what we'll see in the next couple of months. It's an icebreaker of sorts. But given what we've seen in the last 64 weeks, Gaurav, this is something that we will look at very carefully. We will weigh President Trump on his actions and not on his words. He's been really nice to Prime Minister Modi. He said all the right things. He's harked back to that wonderful phase of the relationship during his first term. All of that is good. But finally, at the end of the day, Gaurav, there are so many inconsistencies in what we've seen in these 16 months. We need to see action on the ground. And I think Prime Minister Modi was right in pointing out the fact that there are certain pain points which he cannot keep out of the room. The fact that Indian seafarers have been killed. Indian seafarers are something like 9% of the global seafaring community. And he used that line very carefully when he mentioned that, the freedom of navigation was very important. Yes. Thereby talking about the fact that the United States had unilaterally imposed a blockade, blocking not just, our freedom of passage, but also our energy supplies, causing great pain to the rest of the world, Gaurav.
Right. There are a few important highlights from the conversation. We'll take that. But before that, if I could go to Jason. Jason, how's the American Jewish community looking at what President Trump has done in West Asia, what you call the Middle East, that has caused great energy shock, not just globally, but particularly to the region and to India?
Look, everyone wants, from our community, from the United States, from India, from everywhere, to have the Strait of Hormuz opened, to have that crisis that has been imposed over the last 3.5 months eased, and to move into a better situation. At the same time, there is a great deal of concern about the direction the negotiations will take, and we will know more when we actually see the text of the Memorandum of Understanding. There's been a lot of reporting about that. And a lot of that reporting leaves a lot of us very concerned that it's kind of a giveaway to the Iranians. I'm hopeful that some of the elements of that MOU that we've seen, at least the version that has been published in the last 24 hours, are false or misleading, and that the United States would not agree to an arrangement with Iran in which they get hundreds of billions of dollars for reconstruction, and somehow Israel is constrained from responding to attacks from Hezbollah. None of that should be in the final agreement. Let's see. But in the meantime, there is, of course, universal agreement that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be opened. But we need to get to the real issues that underlie why this military campaign was initiated, and that was to make sure that Iran is no longer threatening its neighbors.
Okay. So President Trump responded to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and then Indian journalists asking him about the death of 3 Indian seafarers. President Trump, of course, said it's a rough profession. It's been happening. We'll work together. The Prime Minister raised the issue of the Indian seafarers. They're about 9% of the global seafaring community, 300,000 Indian seafarers working across the globe, a large number in the Strait of Hormuz. Listen in.
I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. I heard about that. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time. But we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time. But we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people.
But there is also a tragic loss of lives of Indian sailors recently.
The Prime Minister raised the issue. The journalists there, they raised the issue, you raised the issue, and the American president responded. But no regret, no apology. Just the fact that, yes, we will work on that.
No, but I think if I heard him rightly, Gaurav, he said that that was unfortunate. And certainly, President Donald Trump kind of said in the way that, he called it unfortunate. And he said that we do not want this kind of, such kind of incident. That was his sentiment, I think. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi very emphatically raised this issue in the presence of President Donald Trump. And on multiple occasions, Prime Minister underscored the fact that whatever peace formula is being worked out by the US President Donald Trump, as far as the West Asia crisis is concerned, as far as the US-Iran deal is concerned, the issue of utmost importance is about the safety and security of those who are traveling in that area, those who are actually keeping those sea lanes of communication active, those who are actually playing as the backbone of the maritime trade, and that is the seafaring community, that are the crew members of those commercial shipping lanes. And that was actually, the reflection of the sentiment or mood in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi only conveyed that sentiment, what every Indian felt after the death of these three civilians, three merchant navy people, those three seafarers, and in fact the kind of reaction which came from US Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Oh, absolutely. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi raising that issue, and then we'll bring in our guests and Geeta on this. Listen in to the Prime Minister.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास में प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है। एक्सेलेंसी, इस समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेयर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सीफेयर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
Mr. President, you are aware across the world, Indian seafarers in hundreds of thousands are working and they're performing their duties across global maritime trade routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, and their safety is of utmost importance to us.
एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेयर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी।
Mr. President, you made tremendous efforts towards reaching this understanding and this agreement, and I'm confident that the issue of seafarers will receive the highest priority during the implementation of this agreement.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Mr. President, once again, I deeply appreciate and I deeply commend your efforts in ensuring the restoration of peace and making efforts towards restoration of peace and stability in West Asia.
Okay, I want to bring in Ambassador Gurjeet Singh into this conversation. Ambassador, your reading of the Prime Minister raising the issue and the President's response to the question of a journalist, is that satisfactory in your view, sir?
Thank you. So I think the Prime Minister raising this issue at the summit level with President Trump is more than satisfactory. I think it is laudable. We must praise Prime Minister Modi for taking up the issue of Indian seafarers and their protection with President Trump. President Trump's response was a bit offhandish. I heard about it. It's a rough profession. We will work on it. Well, as I said, love is never having to say you are sorry. So he wasn't saying sorry. You're just saying I love you and we will see. But there is no guarantee it won't happen again. If the Americans believe that some ship is running illegal oil anywhere or breaking the blockade which is still on right now, they will gun for that ship. And whether that ship has Indian sailors or not, I don't think is a matter of great concern to them. I think on that we need to be clear. So this incident, this raising the issue, very pertinent. The response, not so satisfactory. That is my take on it.
Leaves much to be desired is your take. Sushant Sareen, is that how you read this?
Yeah, look, very clearly what he was saying in American speak was just too bad it happened, deal with it. Don't expect me to say sorry, don't expect me to express any regret over what happened. It's a rough profession. This kind of stuff happens. Just too bad for you. And as for your correspondent's question about India being friends with the United States, the Kissinger line comes to mind when Trump says that we have a friend in White House. The Kissinger line that it's positively fatal to be America's friend comes to mind because as a friend of India, he has bullied us. He has imposed tariffs on us when he did not dare to do it against Chinese. And frankly, I think, Gaurav, it's about time we realize that there has been a reset in the relationship between India and the United States. This reset is not of the positive kind, it's of a somewhat negative kind. And if we want to close our eyes to this reality, we are free to do it. But I think there are enough indications coming from the United States that yes, they don't want to break the relationship, but what the relationship was maybe 4 years, 5 years back, and for the last 20 odd years, that thing is gone. It's gone. It's been totally reset. And we have to recognize that reality for what it is. If we want to close our eyes to it, that's our problem. That's not an American problem, really.
Let me get Mr. Slater to give us the American, take on this. Is that also your take on this? That this relationship has now undergone a reset, and that reset is not that the relationship is on an upward trajectory. The aim is only to cut the losses as long as Trump is in the White House. It's just that, you just don't want the relationship to slide.
I think I guess I would disagree with Sushant's conclusion that this is a reset dating back to 4 years ago. I do think that the terms have changed since the President Trump came to the Oval Office. And I was in India from 2019 to 2024, working in New Delhi alongside folks from the Modi government and the Biden administration, and initially the Trump administration as well, to promote U.S.-India trade and strategic affairs. And I thought the cooperation was on a dramatic upward trajectory, ever closer, and it had bipartisan support. The U.S. foreign policy community is a diverse one. Of course, the executive branch and therefore the president has an inordinate amount of power constitutionally, but lots of other parts of the government participate in foreign policy decision-making, including the U.S. Congress, including the U.S. commercial community, informally, and all of those parts of the United States constituents who participate in foreign policy development are quite pro-India. And so I think everyone who is involved in this critically important relationship, something that President Biden called the most consequential bilateral relationship of the 21st century, get that this is really important. And many of them are quite positive on India, want a closer, warmer relationship with India. And what we're dealing with now is a different approach to foreign policy that we see from a second Trump administration. And I don't think that's unique to India. Unfortunately, many other countries are also dealing with this. Imagine, of course, India has had terrible issues related to the Strait of Hormuz and energy accessibility. But I think it's worse for the Europeans, frankly, than it is for India, or at least as bad.
That's true.
And so everybody is struggling with this. And of course, I would, again, just iterate that my sense is that the Modi administration understands this. They're trying to wait out the Trump administration, and that they get that there's actually strong support for closer U.S.-India ties, both commercially and strategically throughout Washington.
But I'd like to go to our guest, but before that, Pranay still is with us, and he's joined us back from France. So Pranay, coming to you, we've seen that the tone and tenor has been set when it comes to the conversation. It's underway right now. It does seem like the conflicts and Strait of Hormuz would ride the agenda. But the Indian diaspora and many over here, students who want to go and study in the United States of America, have also been looking at this meeting and watching this space very closely. How much do you think would the focus be on the concerns that India has with regards to H-1B visa policy, change in that, green card, immigration, and students' visas?
Geeta, as you and Gaurav have been discussing this issue along with our experts, that every statement of President Donald Trump will be ultimately evaluated on the actions on ground, and we are yet to see, because the current political dimension and current political priorities of President Donald Trump clearly does not make him giving any big concession as far as the H-1B visas are concerned, or being more accommodative as far as the immigration policies are concerned. But yes, he did say that we certainly want to welcome more skilled professionals from India, at least he said in terms of a statement. But we have to see because he's approaching toward a midterm election. And let me also tell you that, as they say in Hindi, picture abhi baki hai, because President Donald Trump is soon likely to address a bigger press conference, because this presser was on the sidelines of his meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But after the conclusion of his G7 interaction, President Donald Trump is scheduled to address a wider press conference where he's likely to answer more questions regarding Iran deal, regarding other issues. And in fact, we are hoping to get another question in that presser as well. So let's hope so.
Well, wish you all the best. I'm sure you'll get a question in. This bonhomie that was on display, the relationship has been frosty since the imposition of the tariffs, and then the punitive tariffs, and then the uncharitable comments on post-Operation Sindoor, and then saying that, US has lost India to Russia and China, or words to that effect. There was almost a 180-degree turn from that to what President Trump said just a short while back. I want you to listen to his comments about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and then we'll decode that.
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said, no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader. And he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember?
He did namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future. Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said, no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader. And he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember?
He did namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India.
Well, he's a beautiful man and he looks like an angel. Jason, weigh in.
You really want me to say something about that?
Yes. The fact that...
I'm very proud of the fact that our president has excellent taste in men, and also that he's a beautiful man himself.
Okay, but on a more important substantive note, Jason, we're looking at conversations, and we've been saying this all along, so Sushant put it very rightly, these are all words and flattery, but at the end of the day, when it comes to deliverables and delivery, do you think US and India are on a reset mode? Do you think they're resetting ties, or is this just yet another meeting where good words are exchanged and at the end of the meeting, the outcome will show nothing?
I think there's clear recognition on the part of the president that it was important to get this relationship back on track. It has clearly deviated from the trajectory that we've been on. I also want to pick up on what Mr. Slater said earlier. It isn't only the White House, it isn't only the president who sets American policy. Obviously, a hugely important function, but not the only actor in this process. There is the Congress, where there's strong support for India. There is the American public. There is the Indian American community, with which my organization, the American Jewish Committee, has been in a long-term partnership with. And they are an important base of support for the U.S.-India relationship. And there's the business community, and there's the professional community in the United States. So India has a lot of assets in the United States, and I'm confident that we'll continue to work with those assets to make sure that this relationship, which is so important to both of our countries, stays on a positive track.
And yet, while I completely agree with all the points you raise, Ambassador Gurjeet saying there's so much support for India across America, and yet you had 25% tariff and then 25% punitive tariffs, and then President Trump saying, I've lost India to the dark side, to Russia and China, or words to that effect. And the relationship has been going downhill ever since. He didn't come to India for the Quad Summit. There's no clarity. While he did indicate that he will come to India, but there's no clarity. When will that Quad Summit happen? Is this relationship, instead of being strategic, now merely transactional?
Thank you. So I think one result of this meeting and its upbeat mood is perhaps that other United States interlocutors would also soften their tone. I'm not saying they will soften their stance, but their tone. So maybe you will not hear as many rough things said or in a tone which is offensive after this meeting, I hope. Secondly, you asked me about Quad. I did not get the impression, even after the Rubio visit, that a Quad meeting at the summit level was going to happen either in India or elsewhere. And I think Mr. Sareen has pointed out how the Indo-Pacific Command has been renamed. That is obviously a concession to China, who doesn't like the Indo-Pacific term and says, see, we are not against you. And finally, coming to the strategic reset over the last 16 months, I think whatever may have happened bilaterally between India and the United States, it is evident that some negotiations can happen. But if some things are being done with a big brush across countries, India is not going to get any exception to that. Whether it is 301, trade, tariff, whatever, it's not going to get out of it. Secondly, on the broader strategic part, Trump's attitude to China has changed in term 2, as it has to Pakistan. Now, those definitely impact us, whether he is trying to tell us a story or not, but they both impact us. So I think that is where, when Mr. Sareen said there is a reset, I think it comes from there. That is, the other things can still be negotiated. You can't negotiate the American attitude to Pakistan and China. That is not
absolutely.
Going to
And Sushant Sareen, one of our red lines would be in case military hardware is sold to Pakistan, in case there is intelligence cooperation or enhanced military-to-military cooperation between the US and Pakistan. Would that be one of India's red lines being crossed?
Gaurav, in some ways, India's red lines were crossed by the American CENTCOM, even during Operation Sindoor, because there is a sense among the strategic community, and I'm talking about official strategic community, not people like us, that the Americans were feeding information to the Pakistanis, which was helping the Pakistanis. So that's not what friends do. That's not what allies do. That's not what partners do. So clearly that reset has taken place. And like I said, we can shut our eyes to this reality. Look, people are saying that this is a Trump phenomenon. What if a Vance, who's as unhinged as Trump is, or a Rubio becomes president in the next term? What happens then? Will we say we'll wait for another 4 years before the relationship comes back on track? Second, there is a certain consistency in a policy when you have any kind of a relationship. Now, if a policy is going to change from administration to administration, then what is the certainty of that relationship. And finally, I have nothing against transactionalism. I think all international relations are transactional, and I don't know why transactionalism is seen as a bad word. But if that transactionalism is of the sorts which we are witnessing today, then I think that is not even transactionalism. That is something completely different.
It's not transaction. It's more of leverage and blackmail. That you're using your leverage against a country, and that certainly is not acceptable. It's transactional is just a positive way of putting things, but what they're trying to do is blackmail India. I just wanted to ask you on this itself, Sushant, the fact that is it time now to lower expectations when it comes to America? And in hindsight, did we put too many of our eggs in the American basket?
No, I think, look, frankly speaking, it would have been ideal if the relationship with America was to continue on the path it was on. I think we would all have been happier for it, but that is not to be. Now, in any relationship, both sides have to take a call. And I think the Americans have taken their call. Now it's up to us whether we want to keep looking up to them and seeking their indulgence, or we'll say, okay, fine, we'll deal with them at the level at which we are comfortable with, but we'll explore certain other options, which we will have to do.
Mr. Slater, is that also your reading that this relationship? Yeah, the last 2 minutes that we have on this part of the show, Mr. Slater, that this relationship is now reset under Trump. It's more blackmail, more leverage, and there's hardly, whether it's Pakistan or China, America has chosen its friends.
I would suggest that the Trump administration has its own approach to foreign policy that is different than in the past. And I wouldn't say that India is uniquely targeted in that approach. I think many allies to the United States are feeling the new approach to foreign policy under the Trump administration, the second Trump administration. And its approach to foreign policy is different than its approach was under the first Trump presidency. And so, again, I want to make clear here that I don't think India is being targeted specifically compared to other countries. I think all countries are struggling with this new approach under Trump. Secondly, I would point out that the president's approval ratings are very low right now. And there's a lot of anxiety in the Republican Party about decisions that he's been making. You've been seeing a lot of pushback from senators in the Republican caucus about some appointments that he's made and about some legislative or at least executive decisions that he's made because of that unpopularity. And so, again, every year in India, right, there are state-level elections that are used as proxies for how popular the government in Delhi is. Yes. And the BJP, of course, has done very well since the last federal election in many of those elections. And so we will be looking towards the midterms coming up in November as a sort of referendum by the American people on what the Trump administration has been doing. And there's a lot of anxiety right now among Republicans about the outcome of what those elections will be. And therefore, when you look at a Vance administration, possible Vance administration, you want to be looking at all of these steps before that federal election and what they suggest the American people think of the impact of what President Trump is doing. I think that the American people really are looking at impact here, much like the Indian people look at impact. And their view is that it's not been positive.
Okay, so Sandeep, that is where multipolarity and India continuing to diversify energy and weapons procurement, including from Russia, becomes extremely important.
Absolutely, Gaurav. We are not going to put all our eggs in the American basket. That much is very clear. So while Russia is our go-to partner for strategic platforms, which no other country will sell us, we are not going to go to America for fighter jets and certainly not for missile systems. We have chosen Europe as the United States plus one option for us. So while we've got a lot of legacy hardware from the United States, the new fighter jets, the new submarines, they're all coming from Europe. And these are some of the biggest deals that we have seen possibly with between India and two European countries, France and Germany. So I think we've had a bit of a recheck in the last 64 weeks since Prime Minister Modi has not met President Trump. A lot of water has flown under the Ganges and surely under the Potomac as well. We are looking at the Trump administration, post the Trump administration, because we believe that the India-US relationship, as I've been saying, Gaurav, is far too important to hang on just that one person, President Trump, however important he may think he is. We are looking at the future. We're looking at possibly the 5th American president that Prime Minister Modi will see on the
25 years of
Jan
investment.
2029, Gaurav.
Absolutely. More than 25 years of investment post the Pokhran tests of 1998. What will it lead to? We've had sweet words from the United States of America. Will they be followed by sweet action that puts India first, especially when President Trump believes in America first? That's a story we'll be tracking very closely. I want to thank all our guests. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
French perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours, so I can be myself a little more. French perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
ये सब लोग शिवसेना पार्टी के मशाल चिन्ह के ऊपर चुनकर आए हैं। हाँ, उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे ये पार्टी है। मोदी जी के चेहरे पर नहीं या शिंदे जी के चेहरे पर नहीं चुनकर आए हैं। ये उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे जी और बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के चेहरे पर लोगों ने उनको वोट दिया है। अगर कोई बेईमानी करता है तो याद रखिए 15-15 करोड़ कल रात को दिया, पैसा पहुंच गया, ऐसा मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन है। और बाद में चार्टर फ्लैट में बैठे, पहले पैसा हाथ में दे दो, वो पैसा लिया है लोगों ने, और बाद में चार्टर फ्लाइट दिया। नांदेड़ से, पुणे से, 3 जगह से चार्टर फ्लाइट छोड़े।
आप एग्जैक्टली कोट कर सकते हैं कि किसने कैसा?
Love may have been in the air for years, but now it's finally official. After months of whispers, fan theories, engagement rumors, and endless social media speculation, Hollywood's favorite couple has seemingly put all the guessing games to rest. Tom Holland has finally confirmed that he is married to Zendaya. Putting months of speculation surrounding the couple's relationship to rest. The actor made the revelation during one of the interviews where a candid response about viral AI-generated wedding photos appeared to confirm that the pair had already married. Recalling the incident, Holland revealed that his grandmother had initially believed the images were real and was upset that she hadn't been invited to the wedding. But it was his next comment that truly grabbed headlines. When asked whether anyone else had been fooled by the AI-generated pictures, Holland casually replied, "No, because they were all there." A simple response, but one that many fans interpreted as an unmistakable confirmation that his friends and family had in fact attended the couple's real wedding. Meanwhile, rumors of a secret wedding had been circulating for months. The speculation gained momentum in March when Zendaya's longtime stylist hinted that the ceremony had already taken place. But neither Holland nor Zendaya addressed the rumors at the time, making the actor's latest remarks the first public confirmation of their marriage. couple first met while
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
Some films arrive with expectations. Others create a storm so powerful that the entire industry is forced to take notice. And Peddi belongs to the latter category. Like a champion stepping into the arena and refusing to back down, Ram Charan's latest blockbuster has continued its dominant run at the box office, smashing records and winning audiences across the globe. As the film marches into its second weekend, Peddi has crossed an impressive 366 crore worldwide, including 206 crore rupees net in India, cementing its position as one of the biggest cinematic successes of the year. Interestingly, the film's team also announced that Peddi has emerged as South India's highest grossing film of 2026, adding yet another milestone to its remarkable journey. Written and directed by Bucci Babu Sana, Peddi features Ram Charan in the titular role alongside an ensemble cast including Shivaraj Kumar, Janhvi Kapoor, Divyendu Sharma and Jagapati Babu in pivotal roles. At its core, Peddi tells the story of a young man who rises through intense sporting battles while confronting rivalry, pride and the crushing weight of expectations.
The court verdict said you have the right to love, the right to choose. But in a world ruled by documents and red tape, living together peacefully requires more than just love. It requires a legal existence.
In 2025, policy proposals were sent to the high-powered committee.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
Just when you thought the Ice Age saga had frozen in time, it's boiling over with excitement. Disney has officially revealed the 6th main installment in the beloved animated series, Ice Age Boiling Point. According to the makers, the herd will explore brand new but dangerous areas of the mysterious lost world. Interestingly, Ray Romano will once again voice the mammoth Manny.
No matter how long it takes, I will find you!
Queen Latifah will return as the mammoth Ellie.
We've been living above an entire world, and we didn't even know it.
John Leguizamo will play the hilarious sloth Sid.
I'm a mommy.
Dennis Leary and Simon are also confirmed as returning cast members.
With me! Crashing Eddie reporting for duty! Duty!
The upcoming Ice Age Boiling Point is scheduled to release in theatres in 2027. The first 2002 Ice Age film gained all the success and fame, receiving a lot of positive reviews by the critics at the time of its release. And as a result, makers plan to enlarge their franchise. The first film came in the year 2002, revolving around a trio of prehistoric animals who find a human infant and team up to rescue the baby and return him to his parents safely. The pack of animals struggle and go through various hurdles just to save the life of that baby. And by the end, they become a family of 3.
I can kiss you!
Another bang-on sequel of Ice Age came up in the year 2006.
You think she's the girl for me?
Oh yeah, she's tons of fun, and you're no fun at all. She completes you.
The story of the film goes along with Manny and his friends. In the second part, the climate takes a big downfall as a massive flood is about to take place.
Nikki, wait, I was gonna ask you,
What?
I lost my train of thought. Good night. What else?
So, hi, this is Bhavna from India Today. How are you?
Hello. Great, hi.
Good. So, I want to start actually by asking that by the end, after filming this film, was there a moment where you became this is for everyone actually, you became skeptical about crush culture or dating culture, modern dating in general? Did you become cynical about that?
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-presented by CP Plus, ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है.
Co-powered by Valvoline, official supporter of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news. Newsmakers' talking points. Our big talking point tonight, this Wednesday night, is coming from the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump. Face to face, first time after the West Asia war. Donald Trump heaps praise on Prime Minister Modi, but the big question, can India really trust Donald Trump? Is he someone India should be trusting? That's the question we will raise on the news today. We'll also have our newsmaker tonight, the leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party, as the party appears on the verge of a split. Plenty on the show tonight, but first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Prime Minister Modi, US President Donald Trump hold a bilateral meet at the sidelines of the G7 summit. Trump says India-US trade deal very close, calls Prime Minister Modi a tough negotiator. While meeting US President Trump, Prime Minister Modi speaks out on the death of 3 Indian sailors in the Hormuz Strait during the West Asia crisis because of US military strikes. Trump shrugs it off, says it's a rough profession. Centre versus Telegram at Delhi High Court's doorstep ahead of the re-NEET exam next week. Telegram claims order passed without application of mind. High Court observes high level of illegal activity on the platform. Centre seeks time till tomorrow to respond. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi holds his echo of students' rally in Kota over paper leaks, says India's education system subjects its children to stress, pressure, which is not good for the country. Our
After the Trinamool Congress, the Sena UBT appears less. The next one likely to split. Uddhav's close aides meet Lok Sabha Speaker, submit their letter. While speaking with India Today, Sanjay Raut claims 15 crores advance offered to MPs to defect. Shinde Sena dismisses the charges. A big claim by UP Minister OP Rajbhar says Samajwadi Party is heading for a major split. Many leaders to join BJP. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav denies the charge, says party is united, slams BJP for poaching attempts in the past. Shocking incident caught on cam from Gurugram. Lift operator loses his red eye after he was brutally assaulted by residents. Altercation broke out after lift malfunction. Probe ordered into the matter. Monsoon crisis deepens in India. Clouds remain absent. Rain deficit hits 40% across the nation. Weather experts attribute slowdown to an unfavorable large-scale atmospheric pattern. In America witnesses Messi magic. Lionel Messi scores his first hat-trick in a World Cup against Algeria as Argentina opened their title defense in style.
His first World Cup hat-trick, and it's a record setter. Big deflection, got it home. That's two for Messi.
The story that we are breaking at the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held a bilateral meeting with US President Donald Trump in France, their first one-on-one face-to-face meeting since the West Asia war, and in fact the first in over a year. The meet was held at the sidelines of the G7 summit in Évian in France. The Prime Minister has raised the issue of seafarers' death, 3 Indian sailors who died when a US military strike took place during their naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump has responded to those 3 Indian seafarers' deaths, shrugging it off. It's a rough profession. It's been happening. We'll work together. Importantly, the Prime Minister, the US President, he praised on Mr. Modi, called him cool, calm, and a total killer, and saying that Mr. Modi was someone that America looked forward to doing business with. Those are the images that are coming in from that face-to-face meeting. Let's first listen in to what Donald Trump had to say on what's been a rather turbulent phase in India-US relations. He even spoke, first listen in to what he said on the seafarers question.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है। एक्सेलेंसी, इस समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेयर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी।
But there is also a tragic loss of lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people.
Meanwhile, my colleague Pranay Upadhyay was also at that press briefing, or at least after the bilateral meeting, the questions that were taken, and he confronted Donald Trump on his recent anti-India statements. Listen in to how that exchange unfolded.
Trump, you said many a times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India, the leader of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great, they have a great friend in the White House. And I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man.
So let's raise the big questions. Can India really trust a Donald Trump? What does Trump's praise for Prime Minister Modi mean? Is this classic Trumpian foreign policy? Say one thing one day, say something the other? Should India forcefully convey its concerns to the US president? Some of the questions I will raise tonight. Joining me now, K.C. Singh, veteran diplomat, joins me. He's tracked diplomacy for decades. Pramit Pal Chaudhary, head of India practice at the Eurasia Group, has tracked the United States for a long time. Craig Kafura, director of public opinion and foreign policy at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, is with us. Let me come to you, Mr. Kafura, first. How should we look at the US president's comments? At one level, he says India is a great friend. He has a terrific relationship with Prime Minister Modi. And yet, over the last 1 year, we've seen numerous pressure points. The US president, time and again, in a way, taking on India, whether it's on tariffs and trade, which has been more frequent than others, but even on other issues, including taking credit for ending Operation Sindoor. How should one read? Can India trust Donald Trump?
Well, it's a good question. I think one of the other questions is, can anyone trust Donald Trump on any particular statement or any particular day? But one of the things to remember about the way that Trump conducts foreign policy is that it's very personal and very personalistic. And that doesn't always translate very well into the broader diplomatic, security, political relationship that you need to sort of put out through state and the Pentagon and DOD. And I think that's where you get some of these conflicting divergences in U.S. policy, not just on U.S.-India relations, but on other relationships as well. Think of the U.S. relationship with China. Trump clearly has and wants to have a great relationship with Xi Jinping. That's not necessarily, Pete Hegseth's priority or Marco Rubio's priority or, the USTR's priority. In the India relationship, I do think if you're looking at this as sort of a good news story, he clearly sees Modi as a strong leader. He's heaped praise, truly heaped praise on Modi in this conversation, even saying that he'll protect India if India is attacked, which I don't think other presidents have gone as far to say. How seriously he means that, though, that's another question. And I do think that's where Trump likes to talk and likes to say a lot of things. I'm not convinced that means something. If they work through the trade negotiations, if they work through the trade deal and get something signed, I think that would be a point of real progress.
K.C. Singh, you want to respond? Here is a U.S. president, as Craig Kafura says, that if India is attacked, the U.S. will be there to protect it. But we've seen in the past, for example, when Galwan happened, we didn't have the U.S. standing up for India strongly. On Operation Sindoor, as I just mentioned, the U.S., in fact, has, if anything, moved closer to Pakistan rather than India in the last 12 months. So how does one trust someone like Donald Trump?
No, that's absolutely correct. Whom would India have a conflict with? Either Pakistan or China. Now, where China is involved, they've already taken the eye out of the CENTCOM thing. So they're no longer treating the Indian Ocean as part of the CENTCOM thing, which had come during his first term, where they linked up the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, and India had become as a part of it. Secondly, he's still sitting on that bill, which is supposed to give arms to Taiwan. He hasn't done that before his visit to China or after his visit to China. So if we have a conflict with China, I don't see him coming to your aid. This is typical. But of course, it went very well for Prime Minister Modi because the impression in India was growing that Prime Minister Modi hasn't taken a stand, he's not spoken up. So I think all those got addressed. I have a feeling that President Trump had been briefed about that, and he went out of his way to show that his relationship with Prime Minister Modi is excellent, and so on and so forth, and to address any questions regarding there being differences between India and US. And of course, where relations are concerned, it'll be transactional. It's been transactional for the last year and a half, and it'll continue to be transactional. And we have to be used to it. But that's precisely also what the other leaders at the G7 did. They just flattered him and went along with him. And then he was
where is
much
the flattery?
better.
But Mr. K.C. Singh, where is this diplomacy as flattery? Where is it getting us? You see, we can flatter Trump. He can flatter us. At the end of the day, the proof of the eating lies in the pudding. Now, Mr. Kafura made the point that there could be a trade deal next week. Now, if that happens, that's visible progress. But otherwise, whether it's, and I'll put those sticking points in a moment. Look at these sticking points, Mr. Singh. Operation Sindoor and the ceasefire claims, Trump claiming US role in India-Pak de-escalation, India rejecting the third-party mediation narrative, agriculture and dairy access, US has been pushing for entry of agri and dairy products. India protecting farmer-sensitive sectors, even as the US has been putting penalty clauses even on India when it comes to tariffs. Russian oil purchases. US wanted India to stop all discounted Russian oil imports while India was asserting its energy choices. We've seen what's happened in the Hormuz strikes, death of 3 Indian sailors, which Trump seemed to brush aside. So how do you see, ultimately it's not just about flattery, it has to be about trust. How does one trust him?
No, you're absolutely right. There is no trust with anyone dealing with President Trump. You have to deal with him on a daily basis, and you have to be prepared for the worst. And I think that's what the Iranians are doing. They've gone ahead with the MOU, and there are 60 days of negotiations. Let's see what emerges from it. We'll first see on Friday what are the details of the MOU. So essentially with President Trump, what has emerged is either if you have leverage like China has, you can stop him, or you suffer whatever he has to do like Iran, and you tire him out, you stop the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, and then he backs off. So he backs off only when he knows he has no other option and he is suffering politically, domestically. Otherwise, he's transactional. He'll be very nice, he'll shake your hands, he'll do all that. But essentially on substance, he will not compromise unless he sees he has something to lose.
Let's come to specifics, Pramit Pal Chaudhary. There's talk of, Trump made the point that we are ever so close to a trade deal. Let me play what he said, and I want you to respond to that, because Donald Trump was asked the question about the trade deal, and he seemed to suggest that we are very, very close to inking a trade deal. The US trade representatives are supposed to be here next week in India. Listen into what he said, and then I'll get you to respond, Pramit.
Prime Minister Modi's a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff. We had in particular some very good conversations with Prime Minister Modi, India, and we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories, we're building everything, and Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that, jobs. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you.
You heard what he said in July 2025, Pramit, and now what he says in June of 2026. Do you believe that things that this is a reset? Are you seeing a reset, particularly through trade?
It's not a reset. This has been going on for quite a while. Negotiations have been going on since March. We know that about 6 times now, India and the US negotiators have come close to a deal, and each time President Trump has basically killed it and said the Indians are not giving me enough. He is a hard negotiator and a very hard-nosed believer in American interests on the economic side. As Ambassador Singh said, he is completely transactional. He is about pushing what he sees as America's core economic interests. We can't fault him for that. That's what all national leaders should be doing, and he's really hard about it. So what we seem to have now gotten is a cluster of deals coming together, for which we can possibly credit the new U.S. ambassador here, in which we have probably a set of energy deals coming through, because one thing that has been a huge transformation over the past 1 year is that the United States is now the world's largest oil and gas producer. It is by far bigger than Saudi Arabia and Russia, for example. And as we wish to diversify away from the Persian Gulf, it kind of makes sense for us to buy some of that from the United States. Some defense deals, some of which have already been announced, as well as a trade deal, which incorporates some of the concessions that he has mentioned. And I point out what he said about India investing in America. As I think, again, the Americans had said, we expect a certain amount of investment from India into the United States, and we've achieved roughly that $20 billion target. That was pretty easy because the Indian private sector is very eager to buy technology from the United States. And we saw, for example, Sun Pharma's purchase of Organon in New Jersey for $11 billion virtually brought you halfway there. That cluster is basically why I see the likelihood of an Indo-US bilateral trade agreement coming through reasonably quickly.
Craig Kafura, do you believe that could be a game changer once the trade deal is signed? That fits in with Donald Trump's objectives, as we all call him transactional. He's spoken about, I mean, one of the, where the opposition is criticizing the Prime Minister here is that $500 billion have been guaranteed to the United States that we will purchase from them in the next 5 years. Many are questioning whether the Prime Minister is going too far in sort of, according to them, supplicating before the United States. How do you see it? Is it a win-win US trade deal that will come, and should that become then the pivot around which the rest of the relationship now depends?
I mean, it's going to depend on what exactly ends up in that deal. It might get signed next week with USTR Greer in India next week this time to sort of wrap some of those final specifics. And if anyone's going to look over that thing with a fine-tooth comb on the US side, it's going to be Greer. Now, if that removes some of the irritants and obstacles in the relationship that from Trump's perspective, yes, that could be a point at which US-India relations can get onto a better track. That said, US deals with other countries, including some very close allies like South Korea and Japan, have included these large-scale purchase requirements, investment requirements, with not a lot of transparency around them. They have caused domestic problems in those countries. I would expect that the same problems are going to face politicians in India who have to put their name to this deal. But if you think more broadly about the relationship, I do think there are some other positive signs. Americans broadly like India and think positively of India. And also, frankly, I think everyone's going to be happy if this ceasefire with Iran holds. And if you can get oil flowing again, if tankers do start passing through the strait, that will be a sort of relief for the global economy, for the Indian economy, for the US economy. If we can just sort of not start any more wars in the Middle East, that would be, I think, a benefit for everyone.
You know, Casey Singh, let me also give the points of friction once again. 2025, Donald Trump imposed heavy tariffs on India where our trade ties were hit. Then he repeatedly claimed, as we say, mediated Indo-Pak truce during Operation Sindoor. In March 2026, a US submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship returning from naval exercises in India. And then we've seen the Strait of Hormuz blockade hitting India's energy supplies. And now the US strikes on merchant vessels with Indian sailors on board. 3 Indians died in an attack. India summoned the US diplomat and lodged a strong protest. But today, when the president was asked about Prime Minister Modi, this is what he said, and then I want you to respond, Casey Singh, to that. As you said, there was a lot of flattery on both sides. This is what the US president had to say about Prime Minister Modi.
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to, he's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India.
You know, at one level, he's a tough negotiator. He's a killer. As he calls it. At another level says very calm and collected, he's my friend. I mean, Donald Trump keeps sending mixed signals. Today was, as you said, very warm in his response to the Indian Prime Minister. Going ahead, therefore, Casey Singh, how should we see this? Should we see this in the context of the fact that Donald Trump also needs good news around him after all that's happened in the last few months, with many even saying that the deal with Iran is a virtual surrender?
Look, there's a lesson in that for us because you remember Prime Minister was in Israel just before the war started. So essentially, we were aligned very clearly with the UAE, Israel, US camp. Now, what happens when Trump abandons all these guys and does a deal with Iran? No, it's okay. It doesn't affect us. But what happens is that we really have UAE left because you've seen the other countries were not only Qatar was invited, Saudis were not there for the G7. So therefore, there's a division in the GCC. If we keep away from too much alignment with anyone, then you can play your cards however it ends. But if it ends like this, that you're left, now you don't know what's going to happen to Netanyahu. There's an election at the end of November. If he loses, then there's personalized diplomacy. See, Prime Minister likes personalized diplomacy. It's excellent if you have to get over hurdles. But on a constant basis, it depends on people. If a person loses the election, he's not there, then the personalized diplomacy doesn't help. Trump is not talking of India. He's talking of Prime Minister.
Right.
So he has to talk. We have to do India-US relations. It's excellent the Prime Minister has the equation, but that equation has to be translated into a transaction. And I'm sure Prime Minister is being transactional. And that is the frustration that Trump is showing, that he doesn't bend. And therefore, when you put pressure, he doesn't bend. Now, which is a good thing. Now, we will get to know what kind of a deal we get. Otherwise, November elections, probably President Trump will lose. The Republicans will lose, certainly the House, maybe even the Senate. He gets weakened after that. So we really have 4 or 5 months left in which Netanyahu may go, President Trump may be weaker. So playing for time, there is no harm. After that, really, you have just 2 years of Trump left.
Right.
It's good to keep him busy like this and keep him, etc. And you'll have to manage. But you hope the Ukraine war ends, because then a relationship with Russia is not affected by sanctions. That is a bad thing. That Trump tries controlling you by imposing sanctions on a country that you're trading with, which has been an old friend. So you can't be all the time be told that a condition for a friendship with India is that you will go by, because traditionally, we've always said we will accept UN sanctions. We will not respect sanctions from any single country. But we've been doing it with the US. And I think that is something we have to overcome.
Very quickly, therefore, Promit Pal Chaudhary, a short-term horizon, do you think things getting better after what's been a very difficult year over the last 12 months?
Yes, I think the trade deal has a very good chance of coming through. That'll stabilize the economic relationship. That's particularly important at a time when we need FDI into this country. And a lot of American manufacturers in particular are waiting for this, for tariff stabilization, if you wish. That's one part of it. But keep in mind that Trump has a very different strategic view of the world. He does not see the Indo-Pacific strategy of his predecessors as important. He doesn't see containing China through a coalition of other countries. I see AUKUS as another organization that is basically on its deathbed. A lot of that will change. But keep in mind, we don't know how long that will survive, because after Trump, we may see a progressive Democrat government, which may have a very different point of view. But nonetheless, no matter which government comes to power in America, they will be isolationist and transactional.
On that note, I appreciate my guest joining us and giving us a few reality checks amidst all the warmth that was on display in that Trump-Modi meeting. Thank you all very much for joining me on the show tonight. Let me turn from there to the big story that's been making the headlines here back home. Days after the Trinamool Congress split, now it appears that the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, UBT, is also set to split in Parliament. According to sources to India Today, 6 Sena UBT MPs have sent a letter to the Lok Sabha Speaker this morning seeking to merge with the Eknath Shinde faction. The other MPs are denying any such letter being signed, but either way, the Shiv Sena UBT is also in crisis mode. Is the opposition being targeted now by the Modi government? Take a look.
Mahadrama is unfolding in the national capital. After TMC, there seems to be open rebellion in Uddhav Sena camp. 3 years after the first Shiv Sena split, history seems to be repeating itself. Sources say 6 of Uddhav Sena's 9 Lok Sabha MPs have reportedly sent a letter to the Lok Sabha Speaker on Wednesday morning seeking to merge with Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena UBT has called it Operation Tiger. According to sources, 6 Sena UBT MPs flew into Delhi from Nanded, Pune and Mumbai in private planes early this morning. These MPs were accompanied by a senior Shinde Sena leader. In a bid to manage the crisis, Sena UBT has called a meeting of its MPs. Sena UBT Parliamentary Party leader Arvind Sawant has issued a whip directing all 9 party MPs to attend the meeting on Thursday. Uddhav loyalist Sanjay Raut alleged that their MPs are being loaded with cash and threatened with CBI and ED action.
जब हमारे पास ईडी, सीबीआई, पुलिस होगी तो और भी पार्टियों का घर मैनेज नहीं हो पाएगा। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, ये कोई घमंड की बात नहीं कि हम किसी की पार्टी तोड़ रहे हैं। आप ये सब जो है ना आपकी कवच कुंडले, हाँ, प्रोटेक्शन ईडी सीबीआई का वो निकाल दीजिए और सामने आ जाइए हमारे, हम फिर दिखाते हैं कौन कितना पानी में है, जमीन पे है, हम दिखा देंगे।
Sena UBT MP Arvind Sawant wrote a letter to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla urging him not to recognize any split. Sources in Speaker's office say verification is mandatory in cases of split. They add that it is essential for the Speaker to speak with every MP who should substantiate their claims. Sources pointed out that the petitions of TMC MPs were accepted only after they met the Speaker personally. If the move of the rebel MP succeeds, it meets the 2/3 requirement under the anti-defection law and boosts NDA members in the Lok Sabha. The opposition has hit out at the BJP, accusing it of breaking rival parties.
I think it's a very serious charge, what Mr. Sanjay Raut is saying. It should be looked into immediately and the Speaker must act in an unbiased fashion. And it is true that the current government is trying to create divisions within the opposition parties, breaking parties, and to create a majority when none exists. In the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP got 240 seats, a minority government, a coalition government was formed. It did not get 400 seats. They want to pass bills that require 2/3 majority. That mandate they don't have.
Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena called the rebellion a result of ill treatment of MPs within Uddhav's party.
संजय राउत जो ये फर्जी आंकड़े लोगों के सामने लेके आते हैं, इसको साबित करने के लिए उनके पास दम नहीं है, ताकत नहीं है, इसको स्थापित नहीं कर सकते। इसलिए उस फ्रस्ट्रेशन में संजय राउत अपने साथियों को कभी गाली देते हैं, कभी उनको बिकाऊ बताते हैं, कभी उनकी कीमत लगाते हैं। तो यह उनका अपना फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, उस फ्रस्ट्रेशन पर मुझे कुछ नहीं बोलना है।
3 years after the first split, the Shiv Sena war is playing out again ahead of the Shiv Sena's foundation day on June 19th. With Piyush Mishra and Himanshu Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let me go to my newsmaker now. The leader of the Shiv Sena Parliamentary Party in the Lok Sabha, Arvind Sawant, joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Sawant. It appears that your party is breaking apart. 6 MPs reportedly writing a letter to the Speaker that they want to merge with the Shiv Sena Shinde group. Are you now effectively a minority even in the parliamentary party? And who do you hold responsible for this breakup?
I think, Rajiv ji, you have arrived to a conclusion assuming that they have left the party, a letter has been submitted, approval has been given by the Honorable Speaker of the House. It is not so. It is not so. The letter has not yet gone to the Speaker of the House. Secondly, we have made him, precautionary measures, we can say preventive measures, we can say. When we heard that the news is happening for last 2 days, just think of it, on the 14th of this month, Honorable Uddhavji conducted a meeting at Matoshri in Mumbai, where 4 were physically present and other 4 were there on the video conferencing. So within 2 days, what has happened?
No, you tell me what has happened. No, 1 minute. Arvind Sawant ji, you tell me what has happened in the last 2 days, because Sanjay Raut is saying 15 crores have been offered to these MPs in advance and 50 crores allegedly is what is going to be paid. Now, there is no evidence of it, but if you are saying that only on Sunday they were with you and today they seem to be switching sides, something has happened in the last 48 hours. What has happened? What has changed?
I don't know. See, these are the, informations you get, as you get the information, we too get information. None of these information are confirmed, one. But secondly, the fact is that what is happening in Maharashtra Assembly, you know it. You understand Marathi also very well. What is the slogan? Do you know it? Pannas koke ekdam okay. What it means? The 50 crores were offered to every MLA who left the party and joined them. And that is, everybody knows in the, not only Maharashtra, the world they know it. What is 50 koke and ekdam okay. So this is what happened with the party which is taking initiative to.
No, but why is it so easy? Sir, you are saying Pannas, sir, you are saying.
Just said it.
No, you are saying Pannas koke ekdam okay, but why is it becoming so easy to break a party like yours? Trinamool Congress few days ago, now your party, all regional parties seem to be very easy to break. Why is it so easy? Eknath Shinde broke your party in 2022 and now your parliamentary party seems to be breaking. Why is it so easy? Is it only money?
See, let me tell you frankly again. No, I don't think it has happened. I won't accept it till it happens. Right now, there is no, because we have issued a whip for a meeting which is to be conducted tomorrow. So let us see how many MPs remain present in that meeting. And after that we can say, I don't want to tarnish anybody's image or blame anyone right now. The fact remains that because the news is appearing in the channel, why I should accuse my colleague that you are going to defect the party?
No, you are not accusing, but Sanjay Raut is already abusing them. Sanjay Raut is already abusing them and calling them dhokebaz and using abusive words. Are we saying that there are people in the Shiv Sena who have now decided that they want to be with power, they want to be with BJP or with the government in the center, they want to have power. This is all about power.
See, Shiv Sena is altogether a different party. We believe party, we look at the party, we honor at the party, we regard the party as a mother. And after the agony, if some words have come, it is not for any individual. What is said, if at all somebody is defecting, then naturally there was the reaction from the Honorable Sanjay Rautji. It is not that he has taken anybody's name. No. He said this is principally wrong. Why you are creating a share market of the political parties like this? If somebody is trying to purchase it, somebody is there to sell of himself, people are standing in the market, I am ready to get, they're like IPL, they are saying the bargaining them, I pay you this
auction. This is an Indian political league auction.
Is it the political?
This is the Indian political league auction that is going on. But Arvind Sawantji, you have been a senior, you have been a senior leader of the. Sir, you have been a senior leader of Shiv Sena.
What is happening? Then do you feel?
Are you disappointed? Are you feeling disappointed?
Do you feel by
angry?
Doing so? See, naturally, one is bound to get disappointed if such things are happening in the. Do you honor the Constitution of India now? Do you want to maintain the sanctity of the Constitution of India or not? That is not the $1 million question right now. See what has happened with us even if they have left, the defection, anti-defection clause law schedule says it should be 2/3 and they should merge with someone. Did they do? Whether they were 2/3? What the Chief Justice of India is doing for the last 4 years is not able to give a decision on this. Where the democracy is. It is not only auction, Rajdipji, this is the criminalization of the politics. You accuse a person that you are a corrupt and next day you accept him and you make him a chief minister. It is a criminalization of the politics. And this is what BJP is doing it. And these other parties, with the blessings of the BJP, with the support of the BJP, they too got the courage. We can do this thing. Nobody is going to object to us because the CGI is sleeping. Who is going to take action against us? So nobody is going to take action against them. That confidence is given to the people who betray.
I know that the Supreme Court has been sitting on the judgment in the Shiv Sena case for the last 3 years and questions will be raised as to why they are. But I want to still ask you,
More than that.
No, they're more, since 2023 and now we are in 2026. But do you believe, therefore, that this is part of a BJP plan for an opposition Mukt Bharat? That Narendra Modi ji's, Amit Shah ji's plan, particularly after they lost the delimitation bill in parliament, is opposition Mukt, 2/3 majority opposition Mukt Bharat?
This is the right question. This is what their intention is. And the reason behind this is that they want to modify the Constitution of India. They want to amend the Constitution of India. Not only the limitation bill, don't think that. Their limit is something else. Their object is something else. They have some different ideas in their mind. Right now, even the West Bengal's Tribal Congress people, even if they are 22, it is again unconstitutional. I'm telling you, the party chief, the Kundu, he himself got shocked. Somebody is merging with me, I don't know. Without his consent, without his letter, the letter has not been reached till date to the Speaker of the House that he has accepted these people in his party. Yeah, all things are going on anti-constitutional.
Do you also
Therefore,
accept,
say,
sir, you are blaming, sir, you are blaming, no, 1 minute.
Criminalization.
You are saying criminalization, you are blaming the BJP, but what about the leadership of your own party? Many of these MPs privately say that they feel that Uddhav Thackeray is not able to inspire them. This is not Balasaheb Thackeray's party. You all broke away from the BJP, joined hands with the Congress that is against your Hindutva ideology. They give me these reasons.
Randirji, it is a very much Balasaheb Thackeray's party, 100%. I can tell you. And we are following the path of the Honorable Vandaniya Hindu Hriday Samrat, Shiv Sena Prabhu Balasaheb Thackeray. Uddhavji is running the party. Whatever the aspirations, whatever the thoughts he has inculcated in us, imbibed in us, we are following the same path today also. Therefore, we don't have anything in mind that we are violating. Only thing is that, you know it, these are the guys. What was the complaint? Complaint was what? Because they are not being allotted money. The funds are not being allotted to the opposition parties. May it be MLA, may it be MP of any party. I mean, all any opposition parties are suffering like this. And
all
this
opposition parties are not getting funds. You are making an important allegation. You are saying all opposition MPs and MLAs are being denied funds.
May I add to it further? Let me complete it.
Yes.
I said it the other day also. A day will come, CAG will have to take a cognizance of the funds allocated under the DPDC to the party, to the ruling parties, or even those who are not even the members of the assembly, not even the member of the council, municipal council, is being allocated a 5 crore fund, but not the MP. Not the MP.
This is a very, very serious charge you are making today on the show, Mr. Arvind Sawant. You are claiming that opposition MPs and MLAs are being denied their constituency funds. This is a charge.
Yes, yes, true.
Okay.
True, I'm telling you. And this is their grievance, not the complaint. This grievance is genuine. We do accept it. This grievance was, what we were saying is that under the circumstances, we have to keep a tolerance and go ahead with the issues of the people.
I'm going to leave it
on the road. Fight for the issues of the people.
Okay.
That is what Uddhavji was telling us, guiding us.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. Mr. Arvind Sawant, you obviously are waiting to see what happens when your parliamentary party meets tomorrow. But for now, it appears that the Shiv Sena could be the Shiv Sena UBT could be the latest opposition party facing a divide.
I tell you, today, Rajdipji, today in the morning, we were 3 from the Lok Sabha.
Yes.
One, Mr. Sanjay Patil, was very much in Mumbai. He did not come to Delhi, nor he signed any paper. So these are all fake news that they were 7 and now it has come to where? Why, if at all they had so many numbers, why did not go to the Honorable Speaker and took a photograph that we have joined it? Has it happened that whole day?
Okay, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see whether they have the numbers or...
totally different.
Sir, we'll wait and see whether they have the numbers or not. We'll know tomorrow.
We too are ready to wait.
Kal ka intezar karenge. Arvind Sawant, thank you very much for joining me on the show tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, let's take a break on this point. When we return, we'll turn to Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition, is carrying on with a students' rally, echo of students in Kota, on the issue of recurring paper leaks, says India's education system is destroying its youth. A detailed report on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Someone who's so enamored and is entrenched in love stories, what is your idea of love? What is a perfect love story for you, Imtiaz?
I have no idea. If I had any idea, I wouldn't be making stories in which this love stories would be popping up at all times. I feel that it's the lack of clarity that leads me into this kind of cinema.
Are you still looking for love?
Everyone is looking for love, but not in the most obvious ways.
You're finding perhaps there is a variety that you can have.
Not variety, not variety in the sense of many partners.
No.
Variety in the sense
in
of
different aspects.
In different aspects of, and also, I feel that a love story connects you with your own self. I feel ultimately the story is with the relationship with your own self, and I have this thing to say that a person who has a love relationship, if he has another relationship, he perhaps behaves in the same way in that relationship also. A passionate lover is always a passionate lover in every relationship of theirs. Why is that so? It's perhaps something of their own desire that they want and they express whenever they feel that they have an opportunity or an object of love.
Other top story today, leader of the opposition Rahul Gandhi today kicked off a Congress protest campaign over exams to chaos and other issues related to education. Hundreds attended the rally held in Kota in Rajasthan, while the BJP has dismissed the protest and blamed the Congress for distracting students for preparing for the NEET retest. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress are saying they will now take their campaign nationwide to awaken the students over paper leaks and other education-related issues. Take a look at my colleague Maushmi Singh's report.
Rahul Gandhi launches nationwide protest over education system. The Congress held Chhatron Ki Goonj, a rally of students at Kota, country's main coaching hub, where thousands come every year to join NEET tutorial. The leader of opposition lashed out at the Narendra Modi government for the troubles faced by the students due to exam fiascos, question paper leaks and high coaching fees.
Politics. Young people are India's future. Every one of you is unique and talented. India succeeds if you succeed. And India has a duty to protect every single young Indian person, every single student.
The education campaign will reach Delhi on July 14th. The Congress is demanding accountability for the mess.
वहाँ बीजेपी राहुल गांधी पर निशाना कस रही है कि छात्रों का टाइम बर्बाद कर रहे हैं।
कल रात को एक छात्रा ने आत्महत्या कर ली देहरादून में। बीजेपी ने कुछ बोला? हम सोई हुई सरकार को जगा रहे हैं, तो उसमें इनको दिक्कत है कि हमें क्यों जगा रहे हैं? अरे आप समय पे जाग जाते तो हमें ये सब नहीं करना पड़ेगा।
तो हमारे पास कुछ नहीं रहे।
The BJP has hit back, accusing Rahul Gandhi of distracting NEET aspirants at a time when they are preparing for the retest on June 21st.
कि हमने माना कि आप छात्र जीवन में भी असफल रहे, आपने जहां नौकरी की वो कंपनी वहां भी आप असफल रहे, मॉनिटर नाम की ब्रिटिश कंपनी में नौकरी की, फिर आपने बैकऑप्स नाम की कंपनी में कुछ शेयरवेयर लिए, कंपनी चलाई, उसमें भी आप असफल रहे, नेता के रूप में भी असफल रहे। तो मुझे लगता है अपने कैरियर तक असाक्षात स्वरूप होने के मन में एक खीज है।
The Congress campaign follows multiple exam fiascos that saw NEET UG question paper leak, alleged student suicides, and CBSE Class 12th digital marking scandal. The exam chaos and flaws in government recruitment have led to anger among the youth, who have taken to streets in many parts of the country.
The Dussehra ground in Kota, the venue for Congress's protest on the issue of paper leak, the attempt has been to establish a direct connect with the youth of the country. Whether it helps Rahul Gandhi to establish communication with Gen Z and seek accountability from the government effectively or not is something which time can tell. With camera person Manish, Devankur Vadhavan in Kota for India Today.
Well, we'll see where that protest of Rahul Gandhi goes, but that's where we have to take leave and go because it is the end of our show. But I want to leave you with the greatest show on earth, or the greatest sporting, one of the greatest sporting events on earth, the World Cup Soccer, which saw Argentina begin their title defense. And when Argentina is there, well, Lionel Messi is never too far. He's got his first ever World Cup hat-trick in that game against Algeria, showing that Messi is still arguably the greatest player in the world at the moment. He scored 16 World Cup goals now, equaling the previous record held by Germany's Miroslav Klose. Those are the images of the day. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubh Ratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar.